Just that same point. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. My name is Heather Torres, and I want to welcome you if you are new here to the podcast. Make sure you subscribe so that you never miss an upload that happens every single Tuesday. And I'm excited because at the end of this episode, I'm going to tell you how you can win an all-access pass to our Grow with Video Live conference happening in the fall of 2021. So stay tuned to the end of today's episode. Now, let's dive into today's featured content where Sean Cannell goes into, is it too late to get started on YouTube?
Is it too late to start YouTube in 2021? The answer is yes and no. And I'm going to be explaining in detail in this episode. But here's some facts that you need to know about YouTube. Number one is that YouTube is the most popular video platform on the web. And over the last decade, YouTube has seen unprecedented growth. That growth has only been accelerated by the events that happened in 2020 with lockdowns and the pandemic that changed people's behavior in unimaginable ways, with the majority of people staying at home and watching even more content on screens. Fact: YouTube is still the second most visited website in the world and the second most used social network. Fact: YouTube hosts over 2 billion logged in users every month. That's almost 1/3 of the internet. And the consumption for videos is high because there's more users and YouTube is getting billions of hours of videos being watched and billions of video views every single day. So is it too late to start YouTube? On a surface level, it's not. I mean, there's so much action there. We're going to look at some of the enemies that could hold us back, but is there competition? Sure. Is there going to be challenges? Absolutely. But anything worthwhile in life is uphill. It's going to take energy. It's going to take putting in the time to do the work. But when you consider how big the audience is, when you consider how many people on YouTube, you really have massive opportunity ahead of you if you overcome the 7 areas we're going to discuss in this video. But as far as why it is or it isn't too late to start YouTube, I think Henry Ford, the famous inventor of the Ford motor car, said it this way: whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Is it too late to start YouTube? Well, if you think it is, then it is for you. Is it too late to start YouTube if you think you can and you think you could still succeed? Well, then for you, it's not too late. Because now that I've been on this platform since 2007, the first channel I started on YouTube was for my small church in a small town an hour north of Seattle. Every few years, people started asking this question. I remember 2012, people were like, man, is it too late to start YouTube now? It's 7 years old. 2015, people were like, it must be too late to start. 2018, people were like, is it too late to start YouTube? And there was 2 types of people. Those a couple years ago that said, it's too late. And then there were those who started. And today, they have reached their YouTube goals. Of course, some are still building, but I think of people that just started in the last couple years. We just got a message. I got a DM from Cass, who has a career development channel. She said, hey, I'm excited to join one of our mission to help 10,000 people go full-time on YouTube. Mark me as one of the 10,000. I'm quitting my job. And she sent me the date. I was like, this is crazy. And guess when she reached that goal? Yes, in 2021. When did she start YouTube? Just in the last couple years. There's people that have started in just the last year that have still grown. So whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And what I've learned is that there's some myths and there's really some excuses that prevent you from the life and the YouTube channel you want. And that if we can overcome these, that we actually will be able to reach our YouTube goals this year. Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, said this: complaining is not a strategy. You have to work with the world as you find it, not as you would have it to be. Off from the top, I want to encourage you. If you are even in places and having conversations and spending a lot of energy just being like, oh man, it's too late. Oh, that ship sailed. Oh man, maybe if I would have started YouTube last year, it would have worked. Man, is it too late now? Man, I've been watching YouTube videos about if it's too late now for the last 10 hours. I've been spending the last month just watching other content, pondering and wondering if I should post videos. Well, guess what? Imagine if you invested all that time into actually building something, and he said, listen, you have to work with the world as it is, not as you would have it to be. Was it easier to start and build a YouTube channel in 2015? Probably. When's the best time to plant a tree? 5 years ago. When's the second best time to plant a tree? Today. Like, it was probably easier, but there's also advantages today. So let's get into these things. The reality is this: you can have excuses or you can have results. You just can't have both. And so here's some of the excuses or myths or things I hear people say of why they can't start YouTube. And we're going to disprove all of them so you can crush your YouTube goals this year. Number one, I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know how to start a YouTube channel. I don't know how to use my camera. I don't know what I would film on. I don't know what I would talk about. You cannot say, I don't know how in 2021. Did you know that our cell phones today have more computing power than all of NASA back in 1969 when they placed 2 astronauts on the moon? Are you kidding me? Now, my wife doesn't actually believe that event happened, but we know that it did. Here's the deal. NASA placed 2 people on the moon, and your smartphone has more power than the technology they had then. You can start a YouTube channel and figure out how. Did you know that a Maasai warrior on a mobile phone in the middle of Kenya has better mobile communications than a US president did 25 years ago? Yeah. He's on it, and if he's on a smartphone with Google, he has access to more information than the US president had 15 years ago. I don't know how. Give me a break. You can find out how. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's Google, there's an answer. Where there's YouTube, you can learn. And think about it, even without all the other channels, just in the world of Think Media. Like, why aren't you sitting down, getting a notebook, getting a pen, getting focus, shutting out distractions, and watching? We have like a free How to Create Videos college available to you on YouTube. It's called Think Media. And you're going to learn from Nolan and Omar and Heather and Tony, breaking down how to use cameras and how to get better lighting and how to take thumbnails and how to edit. Are you kidding? I don't know how. Can we just label it what it is? It's an excuse. And not knowing is a myth that is holding you back. And many other people. Listen, number 2, I don't have a good idea and there's too much competition. I don't have a good idea. Or maybe it's this one. You know what? Someone stole my idea. My friends, there's nothing original anymore. You know, King Solomon said this like 3,000 years ago. He said there's nothing new under the sun. Now, obviously, there's new things like now there's an app called Clubhouse where you can lose 5 to 10 to 15 hours real quick. And maybe it was good, or maybe it distracted you from actually building the things you should be focusing on and crushing your priorities. But here's the deal. I don't have a good idea. Michael Dell, the founder of Dell Computers, said this: ideas are a commodity. Execution of them is not. It's not too late to start YouTube if you commit to taking massive action. There's tons of ideas. There's a million good ideas. In fact, I struggle with idea syndrome. I got 20 YouTube channels I want to start today. There's so many dang good ideas and so many ideas that either have happened or haven't happened yet, whatever. The real game, though, is the execution of the ideas. And if you put a decent idea into action, you're going to beat everybody else who's just thinking all day long about whether or not they have a good idea. And here's actually an encouraging fact about rising competition on YouTube. Crowded markets equal lots of potential viewers and customers. Yeah. If your idea is already on YouTube and a lot of people are getting views around that idea and that concept, that's proof that there's interest in that. Man, I'm stunned. I got friends that do what are called faceless channels. And they've learned that sometimes they got 10 or 20 or 30 faceless channels that are in niche topics with B-roll and voiceovers, and they're not in the actual videos. And they've learned that there is an endless appetite for good content around topics that people are passionate about. An endless appetite. That sometimes they've got multiple channels about the same thing and people just watch channels, they watch video after video after video. It makes sense when you love love something, when you're into something, when you're obsessed with something, good content will always win. Cream always rises to the top no matter how many cups of coffee you pour. You just got to put out good content, and crowded markets equal lots of viewers and lots of customers. And here's the good news about ideas is success leaves clues. I would actually challenge you that if you want to win on YouTube this year and start, put a new spin on a proven idea. Don't be looking for an absolutely original idea. Like, by the way, if you got something really amazing, like, go for it. You feel passionate about it. But chances are, if it's so unique and so different and like zero other people are doing it, chances are no one's interested in it. And that's going to be a harder YouTube channel to pioneer. The best path is putting a new spin, your unique spin, your unique personality on a proven idea, a proven topic, a proven niche, a proven niche on YouTube. Number 3, let me know if you're guilty of this one. I don't have enough time. I don't know if it's too late to start. I'm so busy. I don't know if I have enough time. Like, I just don't think I have enough time to build a YouTube channel. Listen, can we talk it straight? We've been talking straight, but can I tell it to you straight? You have the same 24 hours as Dave Ramsey, Oprah, Kanye West, Mr. Beast, Reese Witherspoon, and the most productive person you know. You got the same 24 hours. Like, I don't know about you, like, you're not stopping the sun, you're not hitting pause on the clock. We all have the same 24 hours. The difference is how you use your time. Truth. Nobody is too busy. It's just a matter of priorities. Truth. If it is important to you, you will find a way. If it's not, you'll find an excuse. I really believe this could be your year on YouTube. Sure, there's rising competition, but if execution is the game, you got to get disciplined. You got to start taking some responsibilities. You can either make excuses or you can get results. And meanwhile, while the majority, friend, are going to be making excuses and wondering if their idea is going to work or not, or wondering if they should start or not, or just debating if it's too late. Meanwhile, a small percent of people are going to be taking massive action, getting super disciplined with their calendar, getting super focused with their strategy, and putting massive action into their YouTube channel, and those are the channels that are going to grow. Another one that I hear, number 4, is I don't have connections. Man, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Man, if I only knew somebody big on YouTube, if I only had somebody to shout me out, that's not true. It's not a valid excuse today for one reason, because social media makes it possible to connect with just about anyone. Like, you can reach just about anyone and make strategic connections leveraging social media, but YouTube does not work because of connections. It works because of content. You're probably better off shutting yourself into a room and focusing on creating great content rather than making and even worrying about, I don't have connections. Focus on great content. Number 5, I'm too old. I'm too old. YouTube's just for the young whippersnappers. YouTube's just for the Gen Zers, the Zoomers. Okay, boomer, listen. You're not too old. Have you seen Dania Angelo's channel? Like, she's got like this My Kitchen to Your House channel where she cooks in her clay kind of stove kitchen, and she's definitely like in her legacy years. She's kind of like this really sweet grandma. I think about Gray Matters, my friend who's got a Dottotech, has a show called Gray Matters. Guess what he teaches? He helps people with like affiliate marketing and webinars and online marketing, but he's talking to baby boomers. I think about Ryan's Toy Review, like he's on the other side of things. I think about that 5-year-old that's got like 8 YouTube channels in Russia. Like, there's people at every age and spectrum. And here's what I would challenge you with. If you can discover one person that's like you, reaching the goals that you have for yourself, you just lost the excuse. And you will be able to find any ethnicity, age, demographic, situation, disability, all of them. At this point on YouTube, every single excuse has been disproven by someone that is growing their channel right now. I'm not trying to say it's easy. I'm not saying that you're not going to have an uphill battle, but I am saying it's possible. And you got to remember that you're never too old to accomplish anything that you set your mind to. Author C.S. Lewis has this awesome quote. I love this. You're never too old to set another goal or dream a new dream. Stop just dwelling on, is it too late? I don't have enough time. Do I have a good idea or not? I don't know if I know how. I don't know if I have enough connections. No, like it's never too late to start if you start today and you get super disciplined, super strategic, super planned out, and you focus on execution, not just dreaming, pondering, and wondering if you should start or not. Number 6, I don't have enough money. Man, the rich get richer. You need money to start. If I had enough money, have you ever thought this or heard this before? No one ever gave me a shot. No one ever gave me an opportunity. Listen, excuses are a vulnerability to you. They might even be true, but they're not helpful. They're a waste of energy. They're a waste of time. And we can disprove this one. Number 1, because YouTube is free. Number 2, because if you're hearing my voice right now, chances are you're on a pretty nice smartphone. Chances are you're in a car with some kind of Bluetooth connection on some device. Chances are you're on a really nice laptop or PC that is fully capable of starting creating content. Like,
this isn't just a video switcher, nor a live streaming solution. It's not just a video console or an audio mixer. It isn't just a place where video and audio come together. It's all of these things and so much more.
For metal workers, it all comes down to having the best tool for the job. Hercules 20-volt power tools from Harbor Freight do the job of the high-priced brands at an unbeatable value. Only at Harbor Freight. Hercules, as good as the best for a whole lot less.
Like, YouTube is free. If you have a smartphone and access to the internet, you can start. This continually happens. And I've learned that it's actually not about your resources, it's about your resourcefulness. So if you think, man, I just don't have enough of a head start. Is it a fact that the expectation of production value on YouTube is rising this year? I think so. I do think that people want content that has good audio, good lighting, that they want content that's well edited, well organized. But man, when you start getting scrappy, when you start getting a little chip on your shoulder and you start thinking, man, where there's a will, there's a way. It's not about my resources, it's about my resourcefulness. I'm going to take my smartphone, shoot it golden hours so the lighting is perfect, stack it up on a box and use some duct tape in a quiet park so the audio is good, standing close to the phone so that they can actually hear good audio because I can't afford a mic yet, prepare my content and deliver something valuable. And I'm going to go to Starbucks and upload that video. I'm going to go to the library and upload that video. Oh, we're on lockdown. I'm going to sit in my car in front of somebody else's house and hack onto their internet and upload that video. I'm going to find a way to edit it on my phone, post it from my phone. I am going to watch Think Media's free video where Heather Torres breaks down how to shoot with a smartphone, edit on a smartphone, create a thumbnail on a smartphone, and upload from a smartphone. Again, if you got access to this content, I'm empathetic. If you are in a remote village, no internet, no power, no electricity, yes, it will be very difficult to grow on YouTube in that situation. But I have a feeling if you're listening to this, that's not your circumstances. So never say I don't have enough money. Get resourceful. And then number 7, and if we're honest, this is one I think we all struggle with at honestly every level. It's just I'm scared. It's the excuse of I'm scared, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of failing. Sean, if I'm honest, I'm not actually wondering if it's too late. I'm wondering though if I am going to be wasting my time by investing in a YouTube channel right now. I wonder if I try this and I fail, what is my spouse going to think? What's my family going to think? I wonder if I try this, I'm afraid of looking dumb. I'm afraid of even though I've been out of high school for 10 years, I'm afraid of what Sarah from high school is going to think about me and how she's going to judge me. Newsflash, Sarah doesn't even know what you're doing anymore. She's going through her own problems today and trying to figure out her own situation. She's not thinking about you, but you might be thinking about what other people are thinking and dealing with fear. Here's the deal. If I can be real with you, as soon as every year passes on YouTube, I think, is this going to keep going? What if YouTube gets shut down? What if another video platform emerges? What if? And guess what? I could spin myself out. I could worry and wander and anxiety for the next 5 weeks, wondering about possible scenarios. Like, what good is even wondering what if? What if a meteorite hits the Earth right now? Well, then we don't really need to worry about it, do we, much? What if an EMP, hits and all the power goes down and all the servers? Well, yeah, like, we're going to be in a serious situation if that happens. What good is what if? Well, in the meantime, instead of asking what if, you could be focusing on building and maximizing today. I can't make you any promises. Nobody else that you watch on YouTube or listen to on a podcast can make you any promises about what tomorrow holds. But at the beginning of this episode, we broke down the opportunity, the audience, the fact that YouTube is only growing, the fact that it is at your fingertips to be able to create content, the fact that you can figure out anything, not just how to create a video, but how to make a good video, not just how to make content, but how to make good content, not just how to communicate, but to become a great communicator. If there's a will, there's a way. And there's ways to punch fear in the face, and you got to just press record. I love the cowboy John Wayne, famous. He was in lots of westerns, and it was kind of an actor that my stepdad Phil grew up with, and he always watched these John Wayne movies. And one of John Wayne's quotes was, "Courage is being scared to death, but saddling up anyway." Listen, you might be scared. What if I waste time this year? You might. But what's the alternative? If you do nothing, then you're going to have a whole lot of regret. And guess what if you're going to have is, what if I did something different in my past? You can't go back. All you have is today. What if you took action today? And what if we flip the what if? What if you reach 10,000 subscribers? What if you can call your boss and tell them that you're ready to go part-time? What if you're able to call your boss and say, "I'm giving in my 2 weeks"? What if you are getting emails and comments from people saying your content changed my life? What if you were able to buy that dream house? What if you were able to give to the causes that matter most to you? What if? There's so much waiting for you on the other side of fear. And meanwhile, most people are stuck wondering, what if? What if I try and fail? Here's the deal. You may be disappointed if you fail, but you're doomed if you don't try. It's not too late to start YouTube. 2021, it's not going to be too late to start YouTube in 2022 or 2023. Well, Sean, what if YouTube comes, and what if there's a takeover, and what if, well, for sure. I mean, of course there's always, but I think we can put the what ifs to the side and realize that, come on, there's a window of opportunity, but a lot of times the opportunity of a lifetime is missed if it's not seized during the lifetime of that opportunity. Now's the time to seize the opportunity of YouTube. And I think about one of the biggest YouTubers, Mr. Beast, who's in an interview, and they said, "What are you going to be doing for the next couple years?" He goes, "For me, I can see it until about 2025, just this. YouTube's going nowhere. It's the dominant platform. No one can come close with the amount of library of content. No one can come close with the technological infrastructure. There continues to be more viewers. It continues to be refined as a platform. No other video platform's even close. Listen, everything you do in life is going to have a level of risk to it. The definition of entrepreneur, which if you're listening to this, you are an entrepreneur, is someone who takes on a disproportionate amount of risk to start a business. Someone who takes on a disproportionate amount of financial risk to build something. Of course there's going to take risk, but I'll tell you this, there's a reason we're going all in on YouTube, not just because we've been here, but because it's the best platform. In fact, this year, we're actually narrowing our focus to get more focused on YouTube because it's the only platform where your content lives forever. It's the second largest search engine in the world. The algorithm is so dang powerful that you can create content today that will still impact people tomorrow. And when you really catch a vision for it, you start looking a couple years ahead and you go, dang, if I create really good content today, that's going to be feeding my kids 3 years from now. It's not too late to start YouTube. I am not saying it's going to be easy, but I am saying it's going to be worth it. And I want to encourage you to kill these excuses, kill the what ifs, and just put your blinders on and take massive action. It doesn't even matter if your idea is that good. Ideas are a commodity. Execution of them is not a commodity. If you want to be in the top 5% of YouTube creators, you just got to take action. and stay consistent and persevere. So I encourage you, this is your year. Punch fear in the face, punch perfectionism in the face, and press record.
Love and Hyperbole is a really, really special album to me. I knew immediately that I wanted this beautiful world to accompany it, and now thanks to Lenovo and Intel, we're able to make that happen visually for everybody. I'm really excited to let you guys in on this process of how we create this album trailer.
I draw every single frame by hand and then digitalize them on the computer. What is normally a time-consuming process is made way easier by my Lenovo Yoga. The adaptive AI reads through them and basically makes them homogeneous, and this is because the Intel Core Ultra processor technology.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store or at walgreens.com. Wow, Sean really killed our excuses on that one. It really is whatever you determine it to be. Whether you think it is or you think it isn't, it's up to you. And he walked through so many of the excuses that we hear inside of our community when people are asking, is it too late? Have I missed the mark? Am I past the opportunity of this gold mine of YouTube? And while it does take work, there are so many internal excuses that we need to crush. And it really is all about remembering that no matter what you do, if you just stay committed, if you upload that next video, if you keep grinding, if you keep going, if you do the philosophy that I love, I will until, that you can really change your reality. You know, I have seen this happen firsthand with so many people who started from nothing and were able to not only just grow an online influence, but were able to quit their job. We're able to pay their mortgage. We're able to buy that fun thing or go on that fun trip or buy their dream house because they just stuck with it. So, is it too late to start? That question's for you. Are you ready to put in the time? Are you ready to put in the commitment? Are you ready to crush these excuses that Sean just laid out and go all in this year? Because I can guarantee you that yourself a year from now is going to wish that you had started. So I want you to grab your camera this week. I want you to press record, and I want you to get that video uploaded, because if you hold back, if you keep waiting, it will always be too late for you to start. And we are going to keep this conversation going about crushing our excuses, going all in on YouTube at our annual conference, Grow with Video Live. And if you would like to rate and review this podcast, you'll be entered in to win one of our 3 all-access passes for this exclusive virtual event. Now, that means that you can win this pass and attend from anywhere in the world. All you need to do is rate and review this podcast on iTunes, and then go to thinkmarketingshow.com for all of the details. I'll make sure to link everything down in the show notes below so that you have all that you need to enter in to win one of these 3 all-exclusive passes to Grow with Video Live 2021. And when you rate and review the podcast, I get to read your review. And today I want to shout out Carrie. Carrie said, great content from Sean and Think Media. I've learned so much from Sean and the Think team over the last year. The content and training is always great, and this podcast is no exception. A must listen for impact-driven entrepreneurs. Carrie, I just want to say thank you so much for that content. You are really edifying exactly who we're talking to here on the Think podcast. We're talking to you, Carrie, the impact-driven entrepreneur. And I hope that this episode, all the episodes in the past, and all of the amazing content we have scheduled for you in the future, that's going to help you grow your influence with YouTube. And I can't wait to see, Carrie, another review in a year from now where you tell us all of the impact that this podcast has helped you with. Thank you so much for listening to this podcast. Again, make sure you're subscribed wherever you're consuming this content from, and share it with a friend. If you've not yet shared this podcast with the creator in your life, I'm going to challenge you this week to share out this episode or an episode that has impacted you here from the podcast. Thanks for listening, and we'll catch you on the next episode.
16E has a durable design and ceramic shield because the average person drops their phone 208 times a year. Make that 209 once they see the price. iPhone 16E, latest iPhone, greatest price. There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the moon. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
We stepped into doing a challenge. Yeah, we did a multiple of 10 of our prior's biggest number. And it's the best way to grow your business and brand this year and beyond. It's a win-win-win-win-win. It can grow you. It can grow the people you serve. It can grow your revenue. It can grow your sales. It can grow your email list. Like it was absolutely remarkable. And that's why we continue to do challenges and we continue to learn about how to do challenges at a better and more world-class level.
As a YouTube creator, it's important to remember that one of the best ways to build your income around your YouTube channel is to build a business around your YouTube channel. And today on the Think Marketing podcast, we are diving deep into the brand new way for you to market your business in 2021. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the Think Marketing podcast, the #1 podcast for helping you grow your influence on YouTube and turn that influence into a high impact and high profit online business. And today we're going to be sharing with you this brand new way that you can start to market your business. Now you might be thinking, well, Heather, I don't quite have a full business. Don't worry. We're going to be sharing with you how you can apply this to your strategy as you start to grow. And today's episode is brought to you by StartYourMovement.live. I'll tell you more about this after Sean goes through the main content for today, but you want to lean in because today we're sharing with you not only this brand new way, but 8 lessons that we've learned from doing this new marketing strategy 3 different times throughout the year and 10xing our growth here at Think Media. So lean in and let's get started with today's content.
If you want to launch a new business from scratch, launch a book, grow an existing business, or even just generate awareness for your brand and create a deeper connection with your community, I highly recommend you consider doing a challenge. Now, what exactly is a challenge? Over the past almost a year now, Think Media has done 3 of these. I've had many friends in multiple different industries do these, and they are the hottest new marketing trend that's really not new. And when I talk about a challenge to people that are YouTube creators, this term can be very confusing though, because actually challenges are what some people try to build their YouTube niche around. If you've ever heard of the try not to laugh challenge, or boyfriend does girlfriend's makeup challenge, or the whisper challenge, these are not the challenges that I'm talking about. Those are definitely a type of YouTube content, but I'm really talking about challenges that typically take place over 3, 5, 7 or longer days in some sort of a private group, usually a private Facebook group, but it could even be a Discord or a Slack or all kinds of places. And here's exactly what a challenge is. It's a focused and interactive event designed to help a specific person overcome a specific problem. Maybe you've heard about a 10 days to lose 10 pounds challenge or something like that. It could be the read a book in a week or read faster type of a challenge. There's a specific problem, a specific pain point, and a great challenge helps people make meaningful progress and get a quick win, and then invites them into the next step of your business. And so the powerful thing about a challenge is a lot of times they are free. They also could be paid, but you're going to add a ton of value. You're going to help people get a quick win, help them make progress in a specific area, and then there's probably something for them to do next. Maybe it's purchase your book, maybe it's an online course, maybe it's coaching, maybe it's some other aspect of your business. It could even be physical products. challenges are so popular in the fitness niche because maybe you do a challenge to help people work out and you sell supplements or you sell workout supplies. And so the two things become complementary. And so a few facts about challenges, and be thinking about what's a challenge you could do. Even if YouTube is your main focus, even if creating weekly YouTube content is your main focus, we discovered that actually doing a challenge off of YouTube was one of the biggest needle movers in our business. And I'm going to be sharing 8 lessons that we learned from doing these challenges. But the first thing is that they're usually paid or free. We've only done free challenges where it's free to be a part of our 7-day YouTube Influence Challenge. But of my friend Stacy Tuchel, she does a lot of paid challenges. And a lot of times that's going to be a smaller group of people, but they're oftentimes more serious. And maybe it's $10, maybe it's $20. My friend Pedro did a 31-day wisdom challenge, and it was like $31 because it was like $1 a day, and there's a bunch of guests. And you also are going to set a length for a challenge. There's going to be 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 31 days. 31 is kind of insane. I'd probably recommend starting with 3 or 5. We started with 7 and we did 2 sessions a day. Kind of crazy, but a lot of fun. And here's kind of some examples to get you thinking about a possible challenge that you could do. My friend Pedro, he did a wisdom challenge, and it was actually guest speakers for 31 days. There's 31 books in the book of Proverbs. It's 31 days. In January, he had 31 guest speakers. And of course, this is all streamed online, so they were able to just kind of stream in via Zoom into a private Facebook group. Very popular are weight loss challenges. My friend John Acuff has a new book coming out on overthinking, how to overcome overthinking. So he has a 5-day overcoming overthinking challenge. My friend Ben and one of our students from Video Reiki Academy from Keto Camp is doing a 7-day intermittent fasting challenge, and he helps people get their weight in control and their energy in control and kind of learn intermittent fasting. And so that's coming up. There could be all kinds of creative ideas, though. There could be a challenge for building your family tree or discovering your family history, or maybe to learn a specific piece of software. And I'm going to tell you in a second why challenges are so powerful, but here's the case study for us and why I think you should consider doing a challenge in the next 6 to 12 months or even sooner to really grow your brand, impact more people. What we did was called the YouTube Influence Challenge, and we've done 3 of them so far. They were 7 days. They were 12 sessions, almost 2 sessions a day across 7 days. And we had free downloads, we had giveaways, and it was quite a bit. Now, one of the things you may notice about Think Media is we're a team of creators. You know, we have 13 people on the team, and during the challenge, if you're a part of one, let me know in the comments or leave a review on iTunes or the podcast. Like, if you were part of one, maybe you saw Melissa and Tony and Heather and Omar and Nolan coming in on the tech days. Like, we have a whole kind of team to support a longer challenge with more sessions. But the powerful thing is, even if you're a solopreneur working this as a side hustle, you can do a 3-day challenge. You can run the tech super easy with StreamYard or with Zoom. You could keep it simple, and I'd recommend starting simple. And those are just some thoughts. But let's get into the core content here. 8 lessons we learned at Think Media from doing 3 challenges. Number 1 is momentum. Our challenge that we did was mainly in response to the major disruption that the pandemic caused. And back in March 2020, the pandemic started. In February, our profit and loss in our company was minus $20,000, right? So we were like, okay, what are we going to do? Are we making pivots? What's going to happen next? We started looking for answers. And that was also really when I began to talk with my friend Pedro, who actually will tell you about some cool things he has coming up if you're interested in learning challenges. And he's who taught me. And I was like, man, we've experienced some disruption. All my travel's canceled. All my speaking's canceled. What are we going to do? We decided to do a challenge. And we didn't try to reinvent the wheel. We worked with somebody who had already successfully been doing like 50 or more challenges even up until that point. So we did our first challenge a couple months later. And number 1, it was the biggest momentum builder in our business. Now, here's the deal. A YouTube channel that I've been working on for the past 10 years, Of course, lots of views, lots of subscribers, and yes, lots of momentum in terms of maybe affiliate marketing or generating some income and growing some subscribers. But here's the thing with YouTube. So I've still noticed people are still kind of in a passive mode when it comes to consumption. You know what I mean? If you ever watch your audience retention, you probably see the hockey stick effect. Like people, they check in on the video, they watch a couple minutes, they get distracted, they watch something else. And that individual may make some kind of a connection. I'll subscribe and they're watching something else. When I say momentum, not only did it build momentum in terms of kind of revenue, but it built momentum in terms of like just depth by getting people gathered into a challenge, something that should be challenging for a few days. Man, momentum just began to build. There was like this energy and like a greater depth of momentum with our community than we found possible with just YouTube content or even podcast content. The second thing was community. I mean, it was the biggest community builder in our business. And I think about wide and depth. Social media can sometimes help you reach wide. YouTube, you get subscribers, you go, wow, I've got 1,000 subscribers, I've got 10,000, I've got 100,000. It's kind of a wide number. There's not 100,000 people paying attention to you today, ready to like, you know, do like even knowing you are even thinking about you today. Like if you got 100,000 subscribers, 1%, maybe 5% of them are super engaged. What we found was that everybody who signed up for our challenge, it was the biggest community builder in terms of depth. It accelerated deeper connections with our current community. And what was powerful is as we did a 7-day challenge, we began to see people's Facebook profiles. We saw the same people daily. We saw their names. You see their little face, their icon. We're showing up to multiple sessions. And so it was getting unified all on the same page with our community. And keep in mind, it's probably a good point to say that if you invite your YouTube subscribers to be a part of your challenge, not all of them will want to, but it really gives some a chance to go to a deeper level with you. Number 3, it's been the greatest accelerator of know, like, and trust. Let's talk about marketing. When it comes to, if you want to sell a product, eventually you create an online course. You even want to, someone's going to make a buying decision in regards to a camera they want to invest in or something. A lot of times people take a lot of time to make those decisions. Google did a fascinating article about how long it takes somebody to buy a minivan. And the typical study of like a mom researching a minivan for her family, it took her 3 months. It took over 300 touch points on Google. This article about safety of vans, this article about comparing price, this article about colors, these YouTube videos reviewing different models that she was into. And so when you think about how long it takes for someone, now a minivan might cost $30,000 and a $3 ebook on Amazon might not take as long to build the trust necessary to make a sale. But the power of challenges is that there's an acceleration of know, like, and trust. That if you want to get somebody really pumped about your book, your nonprofit, your business, your products, your services, like a challenge, it takes people from 0 to 60 real quick. That in a 3-day, 5-day, 7-day challenge, there's that focused intensity, that focused acceleration of people, A, knowing you, B, having the chance to determine if they like you or not, 3, determining if they trust you or not. And we've discovered that sometimes it takes people in our community 6 months or longer to maybe get to know us, see that we know what we are talking about when it comes to YouTube, see that we really have the goods and we can really help people. But in a challenge, maybe we meet somebody that we just met, and by the end of 7 days or less, they're like, okay, I can see. I know who you guys are. I understand that you can really help me. I see that you know what you're talking about. It's the power of a challenge. It's the greatest, number 1, accelerator of momentum that we've ever experienced. Number 2, community. Number 3, trust. Number 4, awareness. It's been the biggest growth of new people discovering our brand in a 2-week period. The first challenge we did was, I believe, in May of 2020. And after we started to study Pedro's content and his materials in terms of how to do a challenge. We started to kind of gather our ideas, ramp up to it, figure out how we were going to market it. And it was absolutely the biggest awareness piece of growth when it comes to our brand. And again, think about, I don't know how long you've been connected to like Think Media, but we have like 1.6 million subscribers. But what I've learned is that a lot of times, just because someone even subscribes doesn't know like they really know your brand. You think about this, you write down a mission statement, a vision statement, your brand values, your brand colors, even your average super fan, they don't know any of that. Like, ask your average YouTube subscriber, like, what's the vision of your company? They don't know the vision of your company because we're so busy. We're maybe getting a piece of information here and there. What I found was that, number 4, that there was the just awareness of Think Media, of Sean Cannell, of Heather Torres, right? And then just kind of actually number 5, branding of actually understanding what we're about, understanding our values. It was the greatest increase in strength to the Think Media brand. And that's not surprising because a lot of people that went through our challenge spent up to 2 hours a day for 7 days really hearing not just our teaching, but hearing our values, hearing our conversations, hearing us answering questions. And with the average view duration or audience retention on YouTube at like 4 minutes, and actually right now our average video viewed per viewer is like 1.2 videos, meaning out of the thousands or tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that watch Think Media, they're watching a video for 4 minutes versus a core group of people, a much smaller group of people that want to really go deep and be a part of our YouTube Influence Challenge. They were spending hours with us, even if they were only a part of half the challenge. And one of the things we kind of learned was 2 sessions a day. It was maybe a little bit overkill, incredible value, but even people are busy and whatnot. And, you know, we made a lot of mistakes along the way as well. But branding is so powerful because they really get to know you at a deeper level. Number 6 was team. This was the most powerful team building accelerator we've ever done. And again, you can absolutely do a challenge solo, but as a team, we were able to, I watched our team confidence grow, our team unity grow, more buy-in to our mission, and it gave us a chance to kind of just throw more people into the fire, if you will, when it came to the chat. In fact, to a point, I don't even know if people realized that Think Media was as much of a team. We had been through a season. By this time, in May, we'd only had a couple months of Omar creating a lot of content, Nolan creating a lot of content. No one had really seen Tony. People knew Heather, kind of, like some videos. But like people who went through the challenge was like, oh man, this is like the Think Squad. Like this is the Think Avengers. So it gave us a chance that's even more of branding. It's more like just awareness of the whole team, as well as just asking people to stretch themselves, level up. I think about at the time, Melissa Caputo hadn't been in a lot of content or on camera very much with our team. And now she's like a super confident speaker, a super confident communicator because of just jumping in and being challenged to be a part of a challenge. I want to encourage you. One of the reasons you should do a challenge is not just because of the people you're going to impact, because it'll also challenge you. Shoot, I got to show up. I got to get on camera. Once I go live, I got to be there live. And that isn't, even if it doesn't go great in terms of your objectives, it will go great in terms of growing you. In this case, it grew our team as leaders in unity, with buy-in to the mission, in confidence, but it'll do that for you personally, I believe, when you commit to doing a challenge. Number 7 is value. We have a podcast episode that we'll link up on the show notes that talks about like the money mindsets I believe are critical for really building momentum and revenue in your YouTube business and your business overall. One of those money mindsets is that your income is correlated to the amount of value you add to the marketplace. And I'll admit, when we were doing this challenge, I was scared about how much free value we were going to give away, and we gave away. Essentially, we taught at a 101 level our proprietary process, our 7R system, and our YouTube it's called our YouTube Influence System. That's a part of our Video Ranking Academy. And my thought was like, you know, people always ask, what should I put in a course? What should I give away? And the thing is, like, our course is like 40 hours long. Our challenge, though, was like 10 hours long. It was like a lot. It was a 101 level of learning all of that content. And again, I actually think that it was a little much, not in terms of like over giving value, just like how much you can consume in a consolidated, focused piece of time, meaning that I think when we do challenges in the future, 5 days, we'll do 5 sessions, 7 days, we'll do 7 sessions instead of 2 a day. But all that to say, was it was the most free value we've ever given away. But if your income is correlated to the amount of value you give to the marketplace, what we learned, number 8, was that it was also the most revenue generated in our business in a 14-day period by a multiple of 10. Yeah. Like, we've done some crazy stuff, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But as I finish number 7, value, the most free value, most training, most knowledge, most coaching we've ever given away, but also the most goodwill. Because if you think about it, people were like, man, this is amazing. And it also gave us a way to serve people at all different levels. Some people were at a place where, especially, one of the reasons why we wanted to do that and stretch ourselves right when the world was getting hit hardest by the pandemic was to give people tools and resources and information that they could use immediately for free, so that they could start earning money, building their influence on YouTube and making a difference, working from home. Maybe they're unemployed, maybe they're furloughed. But then we also gave people ways to upgrade. So we gave people ways to get VIP or get our starter kit or eventually join Video Ranking Academy. And a lot of people also said, that's what I want to do as well. So not only it was multiple layers of impact, multiple layers of transformation, and multiple layers of not just growing our business, but growing trust. I mean, I hope you're feeling the vibe. I just want to pass along the information we learned from doing challenges. It was absolutely remarkable. And number 8, revenue. It was the most revenue generated in our business in a 14-day period by a multiple of 10. In the past, we have done what's called product launch formula, where you pre-record 4 videos, where we did, of course, Facebook ads and different promotion. We did like 2 months of ramping up for things. We spent tens of thousands of dollars on Facebook ads and different ads. And we did a launch of that. And that simply means that we released the videos and we sent emails. We did all the things. And we generated around $170,000. That was our biggest previous launch. And when we stepped into doing a challenge, we did a multiple of 10 of our prior's biggest number. So this is why, we're talking about in this video, why this is the hot new marketing trend that will grow your income and influence faster than anything else. And it's the best way to grow your business and brand this year and beyond, is because it's a win-win-win-win-win. It can grow you, it can grow the people you serve, it can grow your revenue, it can grow your sales, it can grow your email list. Like, it was absolutely remarkable, and that's why we continue to do challenges, and we continue to learn about how to do challenges at a better and more world-class level. So I want to encourage you, what's one challenge you could do? What's a 3-day challenge you could do to get your email list started? What's like a challenge you could do? What problem do you solve? How do you help people? Who do you help? Who's the people you help? How could you put a challenge together to help them solve one pain point? And even better than that, if you already have a product, you already have an online course, listen, as we launch books in the future, we're going to launch them with challenges. That's why my friend John Acuff is doing the Overthinking Challenge for his Overthinking book. In the past, I've been a part of book launches. I've launched YouTube Secrets. It did very well. We put so much different energy into so many different aspects of marketing. We're trying to run around, do podcasts. Great. We're trying to do all this email marketing, create all these videos and do all these live streams. Awesome. We're hustling and trying to do all these with this advice from different book marketers about paying for Kindle ad things so it's on Amazon and all this other stuff, which is all great, but it became very complex. There's like a list of 100 things to do. What I've learned is that if you just do like a challenge and you want to, again, launch a book, an online course, your services, your coaching, connect with a group of people that you can help and serve. And some of those people
Yeah, it went out. I don't know why it went out. It's not supposed to go out like that.
You already have an online course. Listen, as we launch books in the future, we're going to launch them with challenges. That's why my friend John Acuff is doing the Overthinking Challenge for his Overthinking book. In the past, I've been a part of book launches. I've launched YouTube Secrets. It did very well. We put so much different energy into so many different aspects of marketing. We're trying to run around, do podcasts. Great. We're trying to do all this email marketing, create all these videos and do all these live streams. Awesome. We're hustling and trying to do all these with this advice from different book marketers about paying for Kindle ad things so it's on Amazon and all this other stuff, which is all great, but it became very complex. There's like a list of 100 things to do. What I've learned is that if you just do like a challenge and you want to, again, launch a book, an online course, your services, your coaching, connect with a group of people that you can help and serve. And some of those people might want to hire to do consulting with you once you've proved you can help them. And some might say, oh, I want to hire you later. Like, I'll work with you. Like, now I know you. I'm not at the exact moment where I'm ready to make a buying decision, which is something you never want to forget, because not everyone's always ready to make a buying decision today. They're going to buy the minivan 3 months from now. So you want to continue to be able to add content, add value, get them to know you, get them to fall in love with your minivan, so that when the time comes to buy the minivan, they know that you're the go-to person, the go-to authority, the person that they want to work with in terms of how you help and serve people. So I want to encourage you. A well-designed and well-executed challenge, I believe, is the most important marketing campaign to be running right now. Does this replace YouTube? Of course not. That's front-end content and awareness. That is your front-end brand. I think doing a video podcast, even like the Think Media podcast, is something super powerful that you can do in terms of generating awareness and generating impact. But ultimately, consider doing a challenge. And I want to encourage you, if you want more help, Heather's going to tell you more about how you could be a part of our mentor in challenges, Pedro Adeo's content that will help you crush it with challenges. And so go all in, man. This is a big deal, and I'm excited about it.
Well, I don't know about you, but I am fired up and excited for the next challenge here at Think Media. And if you want to go deeper into learning how you can do your own challenge, we want to bring the expert to you. And that is our friend, Pedro Adeo. He is the challenge king. And he's worked with not only us here at Think Media, but people like Dean Graziosi, Russell Brunson, Damon John, Ryan Dice, and so many other high-profile entrepreneurs who are crushing it with challenges right now. So if you want to figure out how to get your message out there, if you want to figure out how you can utilize this brand new way of marketing so that you can not only just grow your influence, but grow the impact that you have on this world, then you definitely want to sign up for Pedro's next challenge at startyourmovement.live. That's going to get you to where you need to go if you're interested in going through a challenge to see how it is, but not only that, for you to get inspired, for you to go deeper in understanding what is the strategy and the tactics that I need to actually apply when creating not just a challenge, but a successful challenge, because that's what we want for you here at Think. We want you to be successful. We want you to not only grow your YouTube channel, but also grow your business so you can leave a legacy in this world. So go to startyourmovement.live right now after you're done listening to this podcast to get started on the 5-day challenge. Now, if you're getting value out of this podcast, I want to encourage you to like if you're listening on YouTube, but also to rate and review this podcast over on iTunes. This means the world to us when we get to see you in the comments, in the rating and the reviews not in the rating and reviews, in the reviews of the podcast, because we get to hear from you and see what you love about what we are producing here at Think. So today's podcast listener is Melissa. Melissa says, Sean, Heather, and Think Media, your podcast is one of the best things in my life, especially on Tuesday mornings. I look forward to them. Your expert content backed by honest promises built so much trust and values. I appreciate you. Thank you for the abundance of knowledge that you share. I love it. Exclamation mark. I'm a true follower and subscriber and now a lifer. Thank you so much. Your podcast makes all the difference in how I see YouTube and makes the play and edit button on the camera that much more friendlier for your guidance, Melissa. Well, Melissa, thank you so much for being a lifer here at Think. That means so much to me because I know that you're in this. You're in this not only to grow a YouTube channel, but to make an impact in the world. And so I just want to say thank you so much for leaving that. And if you've not shared this podcast with a friend, what are you waiting for? I'm sure you know someone who needs this content. So share it with someone in your life who is an entrepreneur or someone that you know should be starting a challenge this year. And we want to thank you so much for being a part of our Think community. We love you so much, and we cannot wait for you to grow your YouTube channel this year. We'll see you in the next episode.
Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lockport. Getting your next vehicle is better than ever during the Jeep Celebration event. Drive a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE for $449 a month and get 0% APR financing for 72 months. Online, cdjroflockport.com.
What's up? Sean Cannell here with a bonus episode on the Think Marketing Podcast, all about how to quickly create a digital product that you can sell by doing a simple 3 to 5 day challenge. Now, I'm excited about talking about this because in our community, so many people want to create an online course or a digital product, but they honestly get so overwhelmed and bogged down in the details. And so I wanted to give you a model that you can implement based off the last episode of the Think Marketing Podcast, all about challenges. And if you haven't listened to that one, definitely check it out. It's the podcast episode before this, where we talk all about doing a 3-day, a 5-day challenge. It could be about overthinking. It could be about marketing. It could be about learning software, learning a skill. Whatever your niche is, it's helping people solve a problem or a pain point. And maybe eventually you want to create a mini course or an online course, but you're like, man, how do I outline it? How do I I structure it? How do I schedule it? And I want to solve that with a very simple method that you can implement really soon to accomplish that goal. Now, today's episode is brought to you by startyourmovement.live. That's actually a challenge on how to do challenges by my friend Pedro Adeo, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But here's the idea. I want you to think about what is a 3 to 5 day challenge that you could do in your niche, and possibly think about actually interviewing people. Could you do it or having guests for your challenge? Now, one of the challenges my friend Pedro does, it's called the Wisdom Challenge. Now, he does 31 days. I do not suggest that's a lot. That's a grind, man. That's a whole month he doesn't even take a day off. Like it's a lot of content. But what he actually does, it's called the Wisdom Challenge. It's based off the book of Proverbs. And actually what he does every day is just reads through the book of Proverbs, that chapter for that day, with a guest, and talks about some of the insights and kind of does like a little Bible study. But he schedules guest speakers that are other authors, pastors, speakers. And one of the things that he connects to that challenge is it's a free challenge, but if you want to buy the recordings, if you want to buy VIP, and get the recordings for life, it's $31. Well, now think about it. Once the challenge is over, you now have a bundle of resources as well that you can continue to market and sell in the future. So consider this. Our friend Ben is doing an intermittent fasting challenge, and of course, he's going to teach that content himself. But imagine if you invited different authors that can talk about how the body processes glucose and digests food and whatnot, and you were to do a 3-day challenge with 3 guest speakers, and you're the main host, and you just invite 3 people that are authors or speakers or experts, and you sell the recordings for even $10, for $7, for $27. Not only, here's the model. What you're going to do is people can opt in for a free challenge, and on the next page, you just say, hey, would you like the recordings for life? Would you like to be able to have access so that you don't just get these for a limited time, but you actually get these powerful conversations forever, and you get kind of a digital product of the recordings of this challenge. Not only is it a cool way to generate a little bit of money right up front, but again, you now have an asset that you can use in the future. And so when you think about it, one of the ideas we want to do here at Think Media, of course, our main thing is YouTube, but there's things we want to do about leadership. And my thought was, man, what are a couple authors we could invite, leaders, authors, speakers? We'd love to have John Maxwell, or, for us, that's kind of more on the faith side, maybe like have John Bevere talk about how to multiply, or, different people like that. So imagine if we could get those speakers to be a part of a 3-day challenge or a 5-day challenge, and it's free. But then it's like, hey, do you want the recordings? They're $20. And there's all that high value. And then maybe you get the transcripts or you get some other things. My friend, you could quickly create, it's not really an online course, but if you structure it and even create an outline to your challenge, you could quickly create a digital product, an asset that you have for sale. Now, if you do a YouTube video, let's use the leadership analogy, you do a YouTube video about leadership and you say, hey, by the way, if you enjoyed this content, or you play a clip from one of those speakers that taught for 45 minutes in your challenge, you play a clip on your YouTube channel for 7 minutes, pop on camera and say, hey, that was a recording from our, recent 5-day leadership challenge. If you, want to grab all those sessions, the challenge is over now, but we have 50% off on the recordings, and you can grab those for $10, link in the description down below. Now, you might be asking a million questions. How do I set that up? I mean, where do you host your challenge? Where does all that happen? And this is not the place for this bonus episode on the podcast, but I would recommend, if you see the possibility and power of this, 2 things. Number 1, if you haven't listened to part 1 yet about challenges, go listen to part 1 on the Think Marketing podcast. And number 2, I encourage you, if this is fascinating to you and you think this could align with your niche, your brand, your vision, or even you're like, that sounds cool, I want to learn more, then go to startyourmovement.live, because my friend Pedro is breaking down how to do challenges. Like, how do you set up the pages? How do you, do exactly what I described? Set up an upsell or the ability to upgrade to VIP. be? When do you deliver on that? How do you host those files? What do you say in the challenge? What makes a good challenge? How do you name a challenge? What's the difference between a challenge that succeeds and a challenge that fails? I know you might have a million questions, and so check out startyourmovement.live to be a part of Pedro's training. That's where we learned about challenges, and I really want to encourage you. The shortest path to, I believe, having a digital product that you can continue to market and sell and serve your community with is possibly doing a 3-day challenge. Forget interviewing, just teach 3 steps of your thing, of how you help people in that 3-day challenge, and then package and promote those recordings. By putting it on the calendar, it'll force you to put that out into the world to get it recorded, and then you can package it and do whatever you want with it in the future. Check out the show notes if you want more info, and definitely rate and review the podcast if you've been getting value out of the Think Marketing podcast. And I can't wait to see you on the next episode, or hear you, or you'll hear me, and Heather and I will be back for our main Tuesday episode. But I hope you got value out of this bonus one. And until then, keep crushing it, keep smashing it, and we will talk soon.
I know your vision because we share it.
Being allies and friends.
March 20.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals at your store. We're at walgreens.com.
Want to win on YouTube this year, you're going to regret just making the same content you made yesterday. Yesterday's home runs will not win today's game. And so think about leveling up your content 1% per video, and over a year's time, you're going to be amazed by the level your content is at.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Podcast, the #1 podcast where we help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. My name is Heather Torres, and if you're new here, welcome. We deliver a brand new podcast to you every single Tuesday, so make sure you subscribe wherever you're consuming this content from. And I'm excited because today's featured information is from Sean Cannell, and he's jumping into the 5 changes that you need to make on YouTube this year. And if you don't make them, you're gonna regret it, because YouTube is an ever-changing organism, and we want to make sure that you know what is working right now. So grab your notebook, lean in, and let's get into today's podcast.
If you are just starting your YouTube channel and you're under 1,000 subscribers or 100,000 subscribers, I've got some good news for you. Recent updates to YouTube actually give you an advantage if you're brand new. And in this video, I'm actually going to be revealing some changes we've been observing from our research at Think Media and all of the content that we post, and talk about really 5 of the pivots we are making this year to get more views and to break through the algorithm on YouTube. These are some changes that if you don't make these, I believe you will regret it later. And the first one is that subscribers are overrated. Yes, people's main passion, in fact, think about it. Don't you want to get that silver play button and get that gold play button, grow that YouTube channel and maybe have the quote unquote bragging rights of how many subscribers do you have? Well, here's the thing. Subscribers in 2021 and beyond are actually overrated. And here's a couple ways to think about it. Number one is, a lot of times we think, man, if somebody could just shout me out, if I could just get a shout out from Mr. Beast, one of the largest, most successful YouTubers, I could get like 1 million subscribers overnight. But the question is, would those be the right subscribers? And imagine you created vegan cooking videos and you were going to do a tofu scramble video, and now you've got these 1 million new subscribers from Mr. Beast. You post your new video, but guess what? The majority of them they're actually not interested in that video, so they don't click on it. Well, here's how the YouTube algorithm works now. If your subscribers pass over that video in their feed, if that video is tested on their homepage or suggested to them and they don't want to click on it, then YouTube actually kills the distribution of the video. They actually stop it from reaching anyone. So actually, subscribers can be a vulnerability. If you have the wrong subscribers, then they can actually stop your videos from reaching people. So your goal is ultimately to have the right subscribers. And the good news is that if you're starting from scratch, you have the ability to attract the right subscribers for your content with your goal of always uploading videos that the most of your subscribed audience wants to click on and watch. Think about it this way. Never upload a video that your subscribers didn't subscribe for. You know, I saw this proved out with Janelle Elena, who recently on YouTube grew to 1.3 million subscribers in a matter of weeks. This also tells me that if you make the right content and you understand the target audience you're trying to reach, then that video will be able to be distributed across the platform. And whether you have 0 subscribers or 1 million subscribers, it really is now based on the merit of any individual video. And a couple of the metrics we're looking at is the click-through rate. That's when someone has a chance to click on the video. Do they click on it? Again, if you've got the wrong subscribers and they don't, even if it's a good thumbnail, great title, but they don't click on it, well, then YouTube kills the video. The opposite is true. If your subscribers and people like them and people on the platform love a topic, love a video, and click on it like crazy, that'll help the video be spread and shared. And then the other one is like average view duration. It's just how long are people watching the video. Again, if your subscribers are kind of like so-so, like, let me check this out. They click on your newest video, but they kind of go, this is boring, or I gave it a shot, but I didn't really care about this. Again, if it's not a topic, if it's not content that they're passionate about watching, and they don't hang out on the video, average view duration, watch time minutes, they don't spend time on the video, then again, YouTube will kill the distribution and it being recommended in the algorithm. So subscribers are overrated. You don't want to be focusing on the subscribers. You want to be getting clear on your target audience, and you really want to understand their psychology. If you make the right video at the right time with the right title and the right thumbnail for the right audience with some great content, then that video can spread like crazy. And ultimately, this reminds us that it's good to have a niche channel. You know, this is a lesson we've kind of learned the hard way at Think Media, because even though we're getting some incredible results, and in 2020 we had over 40 million video views, so we're doing a lot of things right. But you know, Think Media being an older channel, think about it. People have subscribed for all types of different reasons. They click subscribe for a camera review. They click subscribe for a live stream switcher review. They click subscribe for some YouTube tips. Like, we do a lot of different topics. So when we release a new video, if our subscribers don't want to click on it, or just are not interested in the topic, they're like, I'm sure it's good, I just don't care, well, then potentially that hurts the distribution of that video. So don't worry if you don't have subscribers. Focus on understanding your larger target audience and making the best possible video, because you're one video away from changing your life and business with YouTube with a breakout video. Hey, number 2 is shorter is greater than longer this year. You know, one of the changes we've been thinking about is making shorter videos on YouTube. And this actually doesn't replace longer videos. It's just that we suggest you have shorter videos in your library of content that you're publishing, and that you are intentionally trying to make your videos quicker, more punchy, delivering value at a faster pace. You know, we get this short form content trend really from TikTok, Reels, Shorts on LinkedIn, Shorts on Facebook. And what we're seeing is that people are able to deliver value on, say, Instagram Reels really quick. I mean, you see a 15-second reel and someone's like, here's a quick tax tip that'll save you money this year. They tell you what it is, and then they're like, follow and subscribe. And so the reality is, value can be delivered really quickly, whether it's entertainment, whether it's tips, whether it's education, whatever it is that you do. So when you think about a shorter video, think about how you can make your video half short and twice strong. Think about how you can make your video more like TikTok, more like 15 or 30 seconds, and think about maybe making it a series of TikToks. So for example, at Think Media, if we have 5 tips to deliver, in our short form content, we're trying to think about how we can deliver those 5 tips in 2.5 minutes and 3 minutes. We're trying to think about how we can do list videos that are maybe 10 tips, but deliver all 10 in 4.5 minutes, because it's almost like putting a bunch of TikToks together. And if more teaching needs to be done, or if a certain part needs more time for, a little bit of connecting and whatnot, you don't want to seem rushed or seem crazy in the video. But I think it's just the principle that when possible, make the video shorter. I mean, just consider your own behavior. I know for me, if I'm looking to solve a problem and I type in a search in YouTube and I look at the homepage rank videos there, and I see there's a 15-minute option, a 32-minute option, and a 9-minute option, and the thumbnail's good, and I look like I want to click on, I'm going to go with the 9-minute. I mean, I might actually discover that it was a wasted 9 minutes, and now I got to watch the longer version to really discover. But if possible, I'm going to go for the shorter version. And if you're newer to YouTube, if you're trying to break out on YouTube, if you're looking to build your audience, if you're looking to get those first 1,000, 10,000 subscribers, consider making shorter videos instead of longer videos, because shorter videos are going to help you reach new people, and then longer videos are going to help you connect at a deeper level once you've built trust. I mean, this is the Think Marketing Podcast. These are 25-minute to 40-minute episodes, and this is kind of a different content format because it's also not just in video, but it's also in audio. But you probably wouldn't be hanging out with this long form content if you hadn't maybe seen a shorter YouTube video first. I kind of think about it like dating, you know what I mean? Like if you are just meeting someone, you don't know them yet, there's like speed dating, and that's your chance to really take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even just do a quick date. Like, hey, let's just get coffee to decide if you want to spend longer time with that person. Like usually sight unseen, you're not like, hey, do you want to spend the weekend together? Like what if we just go on a walk on the park Saturday morning? We'll go grab tea and crumpets after that. Who eats crumpets anymore? Then we're in the afternoon, we'll go to a matinee movie. After that, we'll go on a carousel ride, and then we'll watch another movie, and then have a 5-course. What if you don't like the person's personality? You don't want to be stuck in that situation. So think about it like shorter to start, and then the relationship as it grows in intimacy and trust. Maybe somebody will hang out with you for a 45-minute, hour and a half live stream and longer form content on YouTube. If you're a vlogger, any kind of content that you're creating, maybe a lot of times your content's 18 minutes, 12, 28. Try making it 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Try making it shorter and do some experiments and see what the results are when you try making shorter videos, trimming the fluff, and powering up your content. The third change that we've been focusing on here at Think Media in our content on our main channel is powering up our content. I would ask, how can I make my actual videos stronger this year? How can I power them up? How can I upgrade them? If you're a gamer, Final Fantasy VII, you get your materia and you put it in your weapons, right? You level up as you go in the game. I don't know if you're playing Cyberpunk, but you can get cyberware upgrades, and maybe you've got that second heart or those gorilla arms, right? As you progress, you're leveling up. Never get discouraged with the level that you're at today. You still may feel a little uncomfortable on camera. You feel like you don't have the best gear in the world. You feel like you don't really know editing. That's fine. Like just try to get 1% better every time you upload a video. Try to get 1% better as a communicator or in the quality of your content. But one of our major focuses is always trying to level up our content. And here's some ideas of how you could do that. One is B-roll and visuals. It's one thing to open up a video with talking head and say, hey, this is what you're about to learn. It's a whole nother thing to actually show what someone's about to see or learn, right? It's like show and tell back in first grade. Remember, I was so pumped to be able to bring in my He-Man Masters of the Universe to show and tell about, I actually had the Gray Skull thing, and I had the Skeletor, and you'd bring in your stuff for show and tell. And it was one thing if I described the He-Man action figure. It's a whole nother thing if I can show it. So this is what B-roll is. Those are the visuals. It's the clips. It's showing people up front in the first few seconds of the video what they're maybe going to see later in the video. It's kind of that teaser reel. And then B-roll throughout. Again, if you just do talking head videos, challenge yourself. Maybe try to find visuals. And you can do this with a website that's like Story Tape or Story Blocks. And these are different B-roll websites where you can actually download visuals and clips that you could include in your video. Another idea is just your camera presence. Are you working on being a better communicator? Are you working on and studying different books? Maybe a book like Talk Like Ted, learning from different TED Talks. Listen, you don't got to read a book. You could just watch a TED Talk a day to try to say, what is it about some of the most viewed TED Talks that I could learn from in order to be a better communicator? If you want to be a better communicator, study good communicators. Think about how you can level up your on-camera presence. Another one is preparation. The more preparation you have going into your content, the better. And if you show up unprepared, people can usually tell, and it'll actually cause you more stress and more anxiety. So your content will get better the more prepared, the more you think things through. And maybe you're thinking through the whole video. You're thinking through, okay, what am I going to be saying? What is the B-roll that we're going to have in the video? What are some props? Just preparing and thinking ahead. Another one is organization. I've learned that to the degree that you're organized with your shoot day, to the degree that you're organized, like right now during this, we're doing a batch shoot of our podcast, and I've got a whole Google Doc here. It's on the iPad. I've got the videos organized. I brought in a couple changes of shirts and jackets and whatnot, and I thought ahead of time to get organized. The Think Media team, we got Omar, Kyle, they're organized in how we're going to save the content. The whole thing is going to help the content be sharper because we try to approach shoot day with greater organization. Another one's third-party data. I love this. One of my favorite ways to open up a video is not just saying, hey, here's my opinion of what's happening with the state of YouTube, but I like to open up a video to say, I don't know if you've seen this recent article in eMarketer, but it showed us that adult social media consumption is absolutely crushing, and it brings another level of authority to a point you're maybe making in a video. Third-party data. Can you integrate news? Can you integrate an authoritative resource so you're not like, hey, this is my thoughts, and you should trust me. They don't even know you. So third-party data actually powers up your content because it gives it more authority and more strength. Another one's just video editing. Editing your videos makes them stronger. A lot of times if you're just free-flowing and free-talking, you can communicate pretty well, but if you trim the ums, like I just had in this, if you cut out the pauses or the mistakes or the moments, especially when you're just starting, don't put so much pressure on yourself in the recording phase to get everything right. Remember that in the editing phase, things can be improved. Music can help power up your content. It can set a mood. It can bring energy. Sound effects, little swishes or sound effects can actually keep people engaged. Maybe we have a little subscribe button that pops on screen. There's a sound effect, a little like button that pops on screen, some sound effects with that. And then also pacing. Have you ever watched a movie or a Netflix show where you're like, I kind of want to hang with this thing, but the pacing is off? I don't know, it really got slow in the middle there. Or I like these actors, but man, the pacing of this video is off. There's something about, again, just get 1% better with every upload. I know there's a lot of ideas, but I think these things can make your video stronger, and pacing is something to watch your video back, get feedback from others. Think about how you can increase the pacing. You don't want it to be too fast. You definitely don't want it to be too slow. You want ebbs and flows. A good story has, a build. It's got, an inciting event. It's got a climax. It's got a little bit of resolution. Maybe it has another climax. It creates drama. There's different pacing and certain moments in the video where maybe you're trying to re-engage attention. These are just a few ideas of powering up your content. And if you want to win on YouTube this year, you're going to regret just making the same content you made yesterday. Yesterday's home runs will not win today's game. And so think about leveling up your content 1% per video, and over a year's time, you're going to be amazed by the level your content is at. The fourth thing is mastering hooks. We've been talking about this a lot, of course, at Think Media and on Think Marketing. We highly recommend the book Hook Point by Brendan Kane, and you've heard him on the podcast. And if you missed that episode, don't miss that episode. And we'll always link up great resources like that in the show notes and descriptions everywhere. But we're really thinking about hooks. Man, we obsess about hooks. To us, this is actually the first really 30 to 60 seconds of the video. And there's actually data from YouTube, new changes we're observing, where in your YouTube analytics, there's a special tab in the audience tab of your analytics that shows you how many % of viewers are still watching at 30 seconds. This is pretty insightful because if you can't hold someone's attention for 30 seconds, it maybe means they clicked on the video, but it didn't turn out to be what they thought it was going to be. You clicked on the video, but you didn't grab their attention or weren't able to hold their attention. They clicked on the video and they didn't like what they saw or whatever it was. And what we're asking is, man, how do we make those first 30 seconds, even those first 60 seconds, engaging? How do we lead with value? How do we get attention? And really, to do anything in life, you got to get attention. And sometimes this can be a mindset where we actually think, we're raised up, like sit down, be humble. Like humility is not getting attention. But here's the deal. To do anything, if you want to attract a girl, you need attention. If you want to stand out in a pile of resumes, you need attention. If you expect your business to be profitable tomorrow, your business needs attention. You have to be able to figure out how to get attention and master hooks. And of course, we'll be sharing more on this and even dedicating whole episodes to this. But one quick power tip is what we're focusing on, and that's called the value-based hook. We've been doing this at Think Media, and I think about a video Omar did with some lighting tips. The beginning of the video wasn't like, in this video, you're going to be learning some lighting tips, and so stick around. And then there was like a little intro, and then like, hey, Omar here, and then welcome to Think Media. All right, let's get into tip number 1. And it's already been like 30, 45 seconds, 60 seconds by the time you get to that first tip. Here's how the value-based hook works. Omar said, so one of the biggest mistakes that people make with lighting, and then he revealed the mistake. And he actually put tip number 1, which was in the form of a mistake, first thing in the video, right as the video started. Mistake number 1 popped up on screen in text and actually got right into, listen, value. That's why it's a value-based hook. And so the structure was, the opening was tip number 1. It was actually probably about 60 seconds of just going straight into value, right off the promise of the title, right off the promise of the thumbnail. And then there was the little think stinger, and it was like, hey, Omar here, if you're new. Number 2 came later, and that was the value-based hook. And then number 5 is maintain and amplify authenticity. If you want to win on YouTube and really make some important changes, I think ask yourself the question, am I really being my authentic self on YouTube? You want to make, I heard this quote, make your life be as awesome as you pretend it to be on Instagram. Isn't that true? Like, most of us, when it comes to social media, we look at Instagram, we look at Facebook, and like most people's lives, we're like, there's no way your life is that good. Like, bro, you're not always at like the beach and like, oh, it's so easy to just carry my 3 kids around all day. Ha 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 ha, like I have no problems, right? What are people craving? People are craving real. In a world of fake news, fake influencers, fake flexing on social media, people are craving real. And so in the midst of all the tactics, in the midst of all the strategies, in the midst of all of the different ways to get views and ways to grow subscribers, I just want to encourage you, tap into your authenticity. Be you times 2. You were born an original. Don't die a copy. And remember, Sally Hogshead said, different is better than better. You winning on YouTube this year is not trying to be the next Mr. Beast or the next Casey Neistat or the next Marie Forleo or the next Heather Torres or the next whoever. You winning on YouTube this year is being different and being unique. And the best way to be unique is to be yourself. Not everyone's going to like you. Not everyone's going to like me. That's okay. Your vibe is going to attract your tribe. The key is, are you amplifying your vibe? Are you really tapping into your quirks, your humor, your personality? Because tactics and a good title and a good thumbnail may get someone to discover you, but it's your personality that's ultimately going to get someone to connect with you long term. And so make it a goal to not trying to impress people, but actually make an impact on people by being yourself. Make it your goal on YouTube not to find followers, but to make friends. Aren't we friends with the people that are like, dude, I just get you? And you're going to get those negative comments sometimes. We're like, I don't like you. But you're also going to get people who do. Never focus on the 1 or 2 dislikes. The video got 12 likes, got 120 likes and you're worried about the 3 that click dislike. Think about actually making friends that connect with you, people that get you, amplifying your personality, not just gathering followers. And it's really not about popularity, it's about authenticity, because we love connecting with people who are authentic. When I think about maintain and amplify your authenticity, I also think about 2 ways to really do this, and it's vulnerability and being transparent. I believe that vulnerability and transparency are your superpowers. What does that mean? You don't need to flex and pretend. You just be transparent about the truth. Aren't we hungry for real truth in today's world? Like people that are just maybe you are having a lot of success. Share that, but also share your failures. Because life is real, and we all know that not everything is rainbows and unicorns. So when you're vulnerable, it's also saying that, hey, we're crushing it in business here at Think Media, but we also got problems. Mo money, mo problems. At every level, you're trying to figure out problems with taxes or problems with team or problems with finances or fires you got to pull out. There's always going to be problems. Don't be afraid to share your transparent moments. Of course, do it from a place of strength and healing and health. I heard it put it one way: share your scars, not your open wounds. That if you're going to be authentic and really vulnerable, you don't necessarily just vomit in your Facebook feed or in a YouTube video. You want to make sure you've maybe processed and you're in a healthy place when you're vulnerable. But I've learned that even some of the hardest seasons that I've been scared of sharing, whether it was when my wife almost died or whether it was when we've gone through drama with our church or our career or different things that have happened, that man, when I'm vulnerable about those things, that's some of the content that resonates the most. So remember that vulnerability and transparency are superpowers. And guess what? It is easiest to be 100% yourself. The problem, if you're not authentic and you're not maintaining and amplifying your authenticity, is you're ultimately creating some kind of image or some kind of persona, which you're going to have to remember to maintain. Like, I don't want to try to, who am I supposed to be tomorrow? Who am I supposed to be on YouTube? I just want to be myself. The easiest person to actually be is myself, because I don't have to overthink it. I don't have to construct a lie. I just have to be myself. And I really believe this, that of course, when you level up and strengthen some weaknesses and learn some tactics and get better at content and master hooks and power up things, you got to learn some stuff. But when you amplify who you really are, and when you also maintain your authenticity, when it's easy to get lost in trying to please followers or please the algorithm or please other people, I just want to encourage you that real lasting growth and legacy comes from massive authenticity.
Love your plugins but wish you had more scent control? Introducing the new Febreze Plug Scent Booster. Enjoy the same 50 days of continuous scent as Febreze Plug, including a cord for flexible placement options and a boost button for extra scent. New Febreze Plug Scent Booster.
Life doesn't come with an owner's manual. Freedom is getting to write your own. So get 10% off a Jeep Wrangler, or get into a Jeep Grand Cherokee, where freedom is on-road or off, where it's a front row seat to the city, or a second row seat, maybe even a third. Life doesn't come with an owner's manual, so get out there and write your own.
Right now, during a Jeep Celebration event, well-qualified lessees can lease the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE for $399 a month. See your Chicagoland Jeep brand dealer today.
From massive authenticity.
Well, I hope that those 5 changes are something that you're going to make this year. Maybe the first change you're going to make is making shorter content versus longer content. For me specifically, right before we recorded this podcast, Sean and I were having a conversation where I was talking about my own channel, my own homeschool channel that I need to be making content on. And I said, I need to just apply this shorter content versus longer content and just get the videos out. I think this is going to help my channel, and I hope that that will help your channel as well. And really, I think the number 5 was the biggest one, which was actually maintaining authenticity. This is something I have struggled with, and it's not because I want to hide behind the camera, but sometimes it can feel scary to put yourself out there and make mistakes and say the ums and, forget what you're supposed to say. These are all pieces of being a creator. And I think the more authentic you are, the more you share from your heart, the more you really let people into your life and what you're trying to help them with, I think it's going to help your content go a long way this year. So I'm hoping that you've taken notes on all 5 of those. And if you have not yet taken our Think Masterclass. This is a 1-hour class, not on YouTube. You do need to register for this free class. So if you've not already taken the free YouTube Masterclass, I highly recommend that be your next step today. This 1-hour class is going to teach you the 3 secrets to success on YouTube and what's working right now. You have these 5 pieces that you need to change, but we want to tell you what really works on YouTube. So make sure you take that class, and then at the end of that class, we give you the opportunity to join us in our community called Video Ranking Academy. So I'm excited if you have not taken that class for you to do that next. And if you have not already subscribed to the podcast, you can subscribe wherever you're listening from. We are so excited every time we get to hear your reviews in the comment section on YouTube or on Apple iTunes. It means the world to us that you would let us know what you think about this content. And maybe you'll get a shout out on our podcast. Today's review comes from Tim from Wales, and he said, really great advice. Having watched Sean and the team on YouTube, it was only natural I was going to carry over to listening to the podcast. Great job, Sean and Heather. Sound advice and tips as we've come to expect. Really enjoy the 2020 lessons that you said. Thank you so much, Tim, for being a part of our community and for sharing this review. And if you have not already rated and reviewed the podcast, I highly recommend that you go over and do that so I can read your review on the show. And I really hope that you tune in for next Tuesday, where Sean Cannell is going to be sharing how he built a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel. And he's really sharing an unconventional strategy that he's never shared before. So make sure you tune in next Tuesday. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll catch you on the next episode.
The only way on earth to influence other people is to talk about what they want and show them how to get it. That's true. The only way on earth to influence other people is to talk about what they want and to show them how to get it. It's not self-obsession, it's viewer obsession.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and high profit online business. And I'm excited because today's episode is all about how to build 1 million subscribers. For me, I'm always curious, how do highly successful people actually do it? Some of my favorite podcasts to listen to are the journey, the story, but I want to know the tactics and the strategies that they don't normally share. And that's what today's episode is all about. And today's special episode is brought to you by Grow with Video Live. And I'm excited because we're doing a giveaway to win an all-access pass to this year's upcoming virtual conference in fall of 2021. And I'll tell you more about that after today's featured content with Sean Cannell. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of today's podcast.
Students. They are going out and changing the world.
I am constantly amazed at how various people have changed my mind.
They're building networks across the globe and across industries.
Take the way they just do it.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, the latest iPhone, greatest price.
I'm excited to get into this episode because I've really never shared these 10 tips anywhere else before and talked about some of the unconventional strategies and really energy that has gone into growing my YouTube channel to over 1 million subscribers. You know, today I have a couple different YouTube channels. One just hit 100,000, another one's over 600,000, and Think Media is now at 1.5 million, and now it's a team of creators. But, you know, it all started from zero, and you might be at zero zero today. You may be just getting started. And I believe this is going to be one of the most important episodes you ever listen to about YouTube, because this is the kind of stuff that really nobody talks about. And towards the end of the episode, I'm going to be actually revealing some very important tactical things that you can apply. But here's the big idea. How do you build a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel? One subscriber at a time. You got to remember that it's not about getting 1 million subscribers. It's actually about getting one subscriber. And when you change your thinking, you can really change your life and your YouTube channel. When you change your thinking to think, man, if I can make a difference in one person's life, if I can make a difference and gain one viewer, if I can actually get more than a view, but if I can get a super fan, if I can make a real impact in someone's life, then chances are they may tell somebody else. And actually, chances are that if one viewer really enjoys this content, that the YouTube algorithm will identify that and start sharing it with other viewers like them. And there are other places where we go deep into the tactics of YouTube, and I encourage you to subscribe so that you can hear all of those. But this one's really actually about people, and I'll explain some practical ways to connect with people. But here's my belief: people matter most. It's all about people. People come first, and even profit comes second, even growth comes second. That if the people are first, and guess what? It's not about your YouTube channel. It's not about your subscribers. It's actually about the people that are subscribing, and are you thinking about them first and serving them first? Foundationally, I believe that the reason I was able to grow to over 1 million subscribers was because I was obsessed, and I'm still obsessed with the viewer. Are you obsessed with the viewer, or are you thinking more about yourself? You know, there's two types of content I see on YouTube. I see selfish content, and I see service content. And I think there's a big mistake people make because we see a few, mark my words, a few social media influencers that are self-obsessed, that it's all about them, and that they're fascinating enough or beautiful enough or they're unique enough or whatever that people want to watch their life. But I've learned that the practical way to grow on YouTube is to not think about selfish content, but think about service content. I hear people say, we coach people all the time, I just kind of want to like share my thoughts on YouTube. I just kind of want to make a channel about my life. And here's the deal. That might work, but let me ask you, are you doing it through the frame of what value is it going to add to the viewer? Are you doing it through the frame of, is this going to serve the viewer? Even if it's entertainment or if it's education, is it going to serve the viewer? And here's a truth. The only way on earth to influence other people is to talk about what they want and show them how to get it. That's true. The only way on earth to influence other people is to talk about what they want and to show them how to get it. It's not self-obsession, it's viewer obsession. Because the truth is, good content will help you get views, but truly caring and making meaningful connections will help you build a lasting YouTube legacy. Of course, to get to 1 million subscribers, you need good content. Of course, Sean, well, what about the channel that got a viral video and they got 1 million subscribers? But here's my question. Where are they going to be in 5 to 10 years? Are they just getting views, or are they building a real legacy? You know, there's a famous article from Kevin Kelly that's called 1,000 True Fans. My friend Pat Flynn kind of did a spin-off and wrote a book called Super Fans, which popularized and went deeper on that concept. And it was this idea that actually to make a full-time living as an entrepreneur, an artist, a creator, a photographer, you only need 1,000 true fans, 1,000 true passionate customers, 1,000 true passionate viewers. And that mathematically, if every year those 1,000 true fans spent $100 with you, that would be $100,000 a year in income. But here's the deal. It's not about your income. It's about your influence and impact in their lives. And because that's so profound and so impactful that they are delighted to do business with you or to go deeper with you with your products, your services, or your YouTube content. And that math can scale to whatever you want. It could be 2,000 true fans and $50 a year. It could be 10,000 true fans. But again, it's true fans. These are people you've made a meaningful connection with. And so in just a second, I'm going to share 10 ways to make meaningful connections and grow your channel one subscriber at a time. But I do want to recommend a book to you that's super famous. If you've never never read it, this is one you definitely want to check out this year. And it's by Dale Carnegie, and it's called How to Win Friends and Influence People. Of course, you can always check out the show notes in the description for links to any of the resources we recommend. But here's a couple principles from this famous book that has stood the test in time of people that want to build businesses, build social media influence, build powerful marketing, build powerful nonprofits or movements, that people who really have influence understand what Dale Carnegie teaches in this book. And here's one of the principles. Become genuinely interested in other people. Wow. Is your obsession with the viewer? And is it just a tactic, or are you genuinely interested in other people? It's one of the things he talks about in the book. It actually kind of reminds me of a Bible verse where, one of the early church planners of Christianity was the Apostle Paul. And he had a disciple, kind of a protege, and his name was Timothy. And there's this verse in Philippians chapter 2 where he says, I have no one else like Timothy who genuinely cares about your welfare. All others care only for themselves. Whew, come on, that'll preach. Think about it. I have no one else. He was like, man, I'm so impressed with Timothy because he genuinely cares about the people in this Philippian church. And he's like, yeah, everybody else, guess what? They care about themselves. And so if you want to create a movement and build a legacy on YouTube, what would happen if not even just tactically, but actually very personally, and dare I say even spiritually, you really got obsessed and cared about the viewer at the deepest level? You went the extra mile to say, I'm not going to make selfish content. I'm going to make service content. And listen, you can get everything in the world that you want if you will just help other people get what they want. I really believe that this isn't completely punting your needs. You need money for the mission. You want to grow your YouTube channel. You want to build your influence. Great. What order are you doing it in? Are you trying to put yourself first, or are you trying to put the viewer first? From your content ideas, from your strategy, from your time, from your energy. And so when I think about how I've behaved over the last year, 10 years, in growing my various YouTube channels and growing my social media platforms, I have tried to keep this front and center. And listen, I'm not trying to come at you from a pedestal or preach at you from a soapbox. I, of course, have selfish tendencies, but I keep this front and center, and I keep adjusting my attention and checking my heart and making sure, man, I want to stay obsessed with the viewer. And here's some things that I've done. This is what it really takes. This is the hustle I put in. This is the energy I put in. This is the things that I did. Here's 10 things. And these are 10 ways to make meaningful connections and grow your channel one subscriber at a time. Number one, answer every comment. From the day I started YouTube, I made it a goal to answer every comment. Now, you may have heard this before, but are you really doing it? Are you answering every comment? And when you answer the comment, are you just kind of giving it a little fist bump, or are you actually potentially going deeper? If the person asks a question, will you take the time to write a sentence or 2 or 3 or 4 to serve and connect with that person in the YouTube comments? Let me remind you, your YouTube empire grows one subscriber at a time. And maybe if you're going this path, Sean, I just want to go viral. I don't want to actually connect with anybody. That's one approach, I suppose. But what I think is about, what if you actually really make a meaningful connection with one person a day? That'd be 365 people a year. And that first year, you'd have all these meaningful connections of people being like, wow, that was so amazing. Man, I love that channel. I love that creator. I love that business owner. I love that entrepreneur. Man, I could just feel the love through the platform. If you were able to do that, well, would the word start to spread? Or even if you just did that for 4 years, you would have over 1,000 super fans, right? I don't know what the math is, 360 times 4. Something around 1,200, 1,300. If you just, again, you might get 10 views, 100 views, 1,000 views, but what if you got one super fan a day because you were connected with a lot of people, but you really made meaningful connections? Answer every comment. Number one. Number two, use people's name when you reply to their comments. Well, how do I know their name? Well, number one, it might be in it, right? Their first and last name is their YouTube channel. But one of my favorite things to do is I would click through on their channel, still do, go to their about page, and look at their about page to see if I could find their name, or go to their social media and go to their Twitter or Instagram to see if I could find their name. Now that has like some weird stalker tendencies to it, but that just shows to the degree that I want to actually answer that comment. The difference between just a little emoji and potentially saying, thanks, Jessica, your comment's really meaningful and I appreciate you, man. On the other side of that, like, wait, how do you know my name is Jessica? You know what I mean? Like, but there's a level of thoughtfulness and going the extra mile to really make meaningful connections. Dale Carnegie, in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, said, remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. So I look for a way to just actually go find their name. Number 3, click on the viewer's channel and connect on Twitter. So sometimes I would get a YouTube comment over the years. Click through to their channel, their Twitter's connected. Click through to their Twitter and then tweet them to say, thank you for leaving a comment on YouTube. Why? I'm looking for ways to make deeper, meaningful connections. I'm looking for ways to connect off platform and really care, C-A-R-E, to show that I care and to put my words into action. It's one thing to say you care. It's another thing to put in the time to create content, post the video, edit the video, be tired, and still go the extra mile to care for the individual. Number 4 is send Twitter videos. This is a whole nother level. So I've saw the YouTube comment, clicked through, went to Twitter. Now I send a video. Grab my phone. Hey, just want to send you a quick video and say, I appreciate you so much for taking the time to watch one of my videos. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. And then being willing, right? Maybe they respond. And you might already be thinking that, like, this is crazy. Like, I've never seen anyone, if I got that, that would be insane. Like, that would just completely blow my mind. Exactly. If you want to stand out in a sea of sameness of social media influencers that are mostly selfish, man, you start putting the viewer first and going the extra mile, they're going to be blown away that you sent them a personalized video to just show that you care and will go the extra mile. You can do that on Twitter. You just you record a little video, do the little video feature, like, figure it out. Make sure you update your Twitter app. Find the person on Twitter, send them a thank you. How powerful is it just to say thank you? And if you have the audacity that you want full-time freedom and to be able to write your own checks and do what you want when you want and build this influential YouTube channel and build a high-profit YouTube channel, why would you want to do that, or why would you expect to do that without putting in the work? Without potentially saying thank you? Because guess how you do it? You need other people to subscribe. You need other people to watch your videos so you get ad revenue. You need other people to click on your affiliate links. You need other people to buy your online course. You need other people. You need to actually serve people. The power of thank you, even in a video. Number 5, comment on their social media posts. So in addition to potentially just responding and thanking them on Twitter or responding to a comment, what if you click through to their YouTube channel and comment on their video in a meaningful way? What if you find their Instagram, find that if it's not private, if it is, I don't know if you want to follow them, now it's kind of getting weird, but like, okay, if their Instagram's public, comment on their recent post, you leave a comment on their recent Instagram post to say, hey, thank you so much for checking out one of my videos and leaving a comment. If you need any more help with X, whatever it is you do, I'm here to help. Or just, engage again in a meaningful way. You know what's interesting is we've seen this happen in a spammy way. There's bots for this. There's software for this. That's like, you maybe have gotten bulk DMs, you've gotten bulk comments, you've gotten these, and I can tell, I'll get Instagram comments from someone, I'll be like, I can tell this is a robot. This is a canned message, a canned response. This is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about contextualized, connection creating content, like it's made for the individual. But Sean, this will actually take time. Wow. I mean, you're right. Like, who would have thought it'll actually take time? Like, that's what I had to tell my family the other day. It was like, honey, my wife was like, I would love it if you spent time with us. And I was like, but that would actually take time. Right? But the people that we love the most, we need to spend time with them and invest into them. And so invest the time and it will pay off as you make meaningful connections on your channel. Here's a few more ideas. Number 6, Instagram DMs and audio messages. So if you start connecting with someone on Instagram, now maybe your YouTube channel is, some people are connecting with you on Instagram. Maybe they follow you, maybe they're DMing you. And if that's happening, not only could you reply there and potentially have that conversation, but what I love is the audio feature. Like, it's really easy to just hold down the audio feature and send the person a thank you. Or just a couple days ago, someone was asking me a question specifically related to YouTube, and I think there's a 60-second time limit. And so I did the best I could, and it took me 2.5 audio messages to answer that one person's question. I'm still at the best of my ability trying to do this to as many people as possible, even though now across all of our channels, we're on our way to 2 million subscribers, because I learned from a leadership mentor of mine, Andy Stanley, that you should do for one what you wish you could do for all. But when you're just starting, guess what? You can do this for all. Like, try to do this for every single person that comes your way. Number 7, answer emails. Maybe you get specific emails, like your emails connected to your YouTube About page. Your emails maybe in your Instagram bio or your social media bio. Somebody wants to connect and they actually email you, answer them. It makes me think about a friend of mine and one of our Video Ranking Academy students, Justin Coe, and he would get emails, and he had kind of a faith-based question and answer show early on, and he would get questions in his email, and he'd take 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour and a half to answer the email. Like, he would invest the time into one person, into one specific question to make that meaningful connection as he was building up his channel and his community. Number 8, get on the phone or Zoom meeting with people. Justin would do that. They would have a question. He'd say, like, do you want to discuss it on the phone? Do you want to discuss it on Zoom? Now, I want to encourage you, be safe, have smart boundaries, and don't do anything you're not comfortable with, and don't, keep it PC, keep it cool. But this was awesome because him and his wife had a real heart for helping people and answering their questions and helping them navigate their faith journey. So he'd get on Google Hangouts or on the phone, and he would help people one-on-one. Eventually, one of the things we encourage you to do when you're building up, especially education content on YouTube, is to package your knowledge in an online course that'll help people. Today, we have a program called Video Ranking Academy. It's our signature YouTube group coaching program and online course. And we keep updating it, but it originally was created back in 2015. And we built out that course, and before it was created, there was no modules, there was no videos recorded, there was no site to host it, all the questions you maybe have about all that stuff. And, let us know what your questions are about building out an online course or using your YouTube channel to also, reach people with online courses. But one of the first things that I did was I knew the content I wanted to teach. It was the content that I had used to have full-time freedom and to build a 6-figure income with affiliate marketing and YouTube and to go full-time. And before I ever taught on YouTube, I'd done it on YouTube by talking about tech and camera tips and whatnot on Think Media. And I had the idea for the course. So what I did was I connected one-on-one with people and did free coaching. I didn't charge anyone, didn't even offer to I just was like, hey, can I help you with this information? By the way, this was a way to help a few people actually get results. Like, before you start selling your thing, what if you actually prove that your thing works? So I was like, hey, let me jump on with Eileen Wilder, and let me jump on with Postal Barbecue, and let me jump on. And I remember there's probably 10 different people, and I was spending hours. I would jump on, and I'd get on, at the time it was Google Hangouts, and basically share Video Ranking Academy before it became Video Ranking Academy. And guess what I also got was not only did they get help and did they get my time, but I got feedback. They helped refine the idea. They helped give me insight. I got to see where I'd maybe explain a concept, but it actually didn't really make that much sense. And it was improved by actually connecting with real people. But then think about this. Think about how meaningful that connection was, that someone who was making 6 figures with affiliate marketing and YouTube and that had a process to do it and understood video SEO was like coaching them personally. Here's what I'm encouraging you to do. Look for ways to make meaningful one-on-one connections as it relates to your YouTube channel. And that tip might not be for you or any of these. You can pick and choose, but I know that you and me both could do better at making meaningful connections with people. Number 9 is answer questions on Twitter, Quora, and Facebook groups. One of the most powerful things you could do if you have especially an education YouTube channel is people are asking questions on Twitter. I remember back in 2009, Gary Vaynerchuk, who's a big known social media New York Times bestselling author and has a big agency, has taught a lot about social media, and he talked about how he built his Twitter to 1 million Twitter followers. And he wrote his book in 2009, but in 2007 and 8, he would spend 8 hours a day answering people's questions on Twitter about wine. He had a show called Wine Library TV where he reviewed 3 bottles of wine per show. He did it 5 days a week. He did it for multiple years. He said almost nobody was watching for the first year of posting videos 5 days a week, but he just committed to it. And not only did he create content, he then engaged on social media. He didn't just post on social media like, hey, go watch my stuff. Kind of selfish. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but think about what you're doing. You're asking someone else to stop their day and come watch you. Look at you. Watch me. Look at me. Watch my video. Hit my like button. Right? Like you're actually saying, stop your day and do what I want. Imagine going to where people are, Instagram, Twitter, Quora, Facebook groups, and just helping. Of course, deep down, your agenda is, I hope they maybe see my YouTube show. I hope they maybe find my thing. But you're not doing it in such a way as here's half the answer and here's a link to my channel. Or here, go watch this video on my channel. Meet the person right where they are with no expectations, just knowing that a lot of good things will happen if you actually help people. And that really influenced me because whether it was niche Facebook groups, early on, I wrote a book called YouTube for Churches, and I was helping a lot of people with church content. So I was in church Facebook groups, church communications Facebook groups, helping, serving, answering questions about YouTube. I answered questions on Quora, which is kind of like Yahoo Answers, which people are asking questions. Dude, if you have the answer, you can answer that question. And then, all you have to do is optimize your bio. You're not spamming your channel. You're not linking your channel. You're not, linking directly to your videos. You're just optimizing your social media bio that if someone goes, wow, that was so kind, they click through, see what you're about, see a clear about me line, and see that they could click through to watch more content on your YouTube channel. And you might say, well, Sean, if I do that to 100 people, are all 100 people going to watch my YouTube content? No. Probably only 5 will. But nevertheless, when you put this much good out onto social media and onto YouTube, pretty remarkable things happen. The thing is, just most people aren't willing to commit to this kind of work and this kind of investment in people. But if you become obsessed with the viewer and you take a long-term perspective, then amazing things can happen. And at the end of the day, to me, this feels a lot like love. To me, this feels a lot like really just making the world a better place by being kind, helping people, solving problems, and really making meaningful connections. The final one is number 10, is then never stop investing in the individual. And I would share this just as you grow to make this a lifelong commitment. As I mentioned, we now have there's 7,000 people in our Video Ranking Academy program. We have customers, we have community members, we have subscribers, we've got Facebook groups, we've got so many people. And so it becomes very difficult, right, to make these one-on-one connections, especially at scale. But number 10, never stop investing in people. Basically, it's me saying, don't stop investing in people once you've made it. Now, once you've made it, you have to be that much more intentional and strategic to really put your money where your mouth is. And here's how we do that at Think Media. And as you scale, maybe this will encourage you. One thing you could do is invest in a bigger team. Eventually, as a social media influencer, you can't do it all yourself. And that's one thing where we thought, man, if we're going to impact more people, this whole thing has got to expand. So now that's why Heather and Omar and Nolan and Tony and Mel and Chris and Alina are connecting with people one-to-one. Sean can't connect with everybody one-to-one, but as a team, we could do a better job. That's why right now we are hiring people just to connect with people, to answer questions, to make sure they're taken care of inside of our Video Ranking Academy program. We're thinking about people that are just inside of our community, and we consider our community just like our YouTube comments and places like that. And while to this day, where I realize, man, I can't reach 1 million people, I can't DM 1 million people back, but I can still do as many as I can get to every single week. I mentioned that Andy Stanley quote, and this is the exact quote: do for one what you wish you could do for everyone. Do for one what you wish you could do for everyone. Because if we all did for one what we wish we could do for everyone, it might change the world. But certainly, it would change one person's world, and it may even change your world. I really believe that. That if you've got a big ambition to build a big YouTube empire, it happens one subscriber at a time. And if you focus on changing one person's world, it just might change your world.
Well, that value right there was everything. I mean, when you think about growing to 1 million subscribers, yes, it's about the titles and the thumbnails and making good videos. But really, when you think about what subscribers are, they're people. And Sean really just broke down exactly how you can be connecting with the people who love what you're doing. And that's really what you're building. You're building a community of people. You're the leader, and you get to pour into that community. A couple highlights that Sean said that I wrote down were that you want to be making selfless content. Remember, you are there to help people. That's why you created your channel, was so that you could be of service to other people. And I really want to just encourage you to lean into that maybe sometimes you might feel imposter syndrome come up, or maybe you don't feel like you're an expert in something. But if you've been through something, if you've lived through something and you want to help other people get to where you are, then go all in and start making content that you wish you had when you were working through whatever that struggle is. Maybe it's weight loss, or maybe it's raising a family, or maybe it's understanding your finances and taxes. Whatever it is that you've gone through, that you're creating a channel about, I just want to encourage you that there's people on the other side of that camera just waiting for your content that can help them. So lean into that selfless content. And then using people's name in the comments. This has been a huge help to us here at Think Media, because we really are building a community of people, and I want to know the people in the community. So using people's name when you're responding back is such a highlight, and I hope that you use that one tip today when you comment back to one of your subscribers. And then lastly, remember, this is really all about helping people. And as your company grows, as your YouTube channel grows, it will start to feel harder and harder to be able to connect on a one-on-one basis to everyone. But like Sean said, do what you can for one, what you wish you could do for many, and always keep that in the forefront of your company. I think some of those successful companies right now, most successful YouTube channels right now, that will live on past just this time are the ones that care about people. And that's what we're here. That's what we are all about here at Think Media. And I hope you felt that through this podcast and through our YouTube channel, that we really are making content just for you. And we'd love to know what type of content you want to hear on the podcast. You can let us know in the comment section, send us a DM, or let us know on social media so that we can be making content that you want to hear. And like I said at the beginning, this episode was brought to you by our Grow with Video Live conference. That's at growwithvideolive.com. And this conference, we're actually giving away 2 all-access passes to our entire conference for free. All you have to do is rate and review this podcast. Now, you can do that on Apple iTunes. You open up your app, you go right to it, to our podcast where you're listening right now, if you're on Apple, and you just leave a review. There's a couple steps you need to do to enter in to win, and you can get all that information at thethinkmarketingshow.com. I'll make sure all the information is down below. That's thinkmarketingshow.com. Everything's in the description of both the podcast as well as on YouTube. So if you want to be entered in to win one of those all access passes, all you need to do is rate and review the podcast. And when you rate and review the podcast, you might get a shout out here from the Think team. And today's shout out goes to Jason. He says, essential for YouTube creators. We think the same thing, Jason. Here's what he said. He said, Think Media gives easy to understand advice that works. I used just one of their recent tips on a video, and that video's views are 20x that of my usual videos. I can't wait to hear the next episode. Jason, thank you so much for being a part of our community here at Think. We are so so encouraged by seeing just that one tactic changing the amount of views that you have. And I can't wait for you to listen to all of the upcoming content that we have that's going to help you skyrocket your YouTube channel. Now, next Tuesday, you're going to want to make sure you're locked here on the podcast because Sean is bringing a fire interview from one of our no-miss books of this year. You'll want to make sure that you get here because this one book has changed everything we're doing at Think Media. So make sure you tune in next Tuesday. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll catch you on the next episode.
Chips Ahoy Baked Bites are so soft. With chocolate chips, so not a cookie.
There's one shortcut to this process, this entire process. We realized that you are always most powerfully positioned to serve the person you once were. Who were you? What problem have you solved? What question have you answered? What challenge have you overcome?
Welcome to the Think Marketing Podcast, the #1 podcast for helping you grow your influence on YouTube and then turning that influence into a high impact and high profit online business. My name is Heather Torres, and if you're new here, I want to welcome you to the podcast. We deliver a brand new episode every single Tuesday, so make sure you're subscribed wherever you're consuming this content from. And today's episode is brought to you by Grow with Video Live, our annual conference happening this fall in 2021. And I have some exciting news of a free ticket that you could win, an all-access pass, and I'll tell you more about how to do that after this episode. Now, we're going to jump right into today's featured conversation with Sean Cannell and Rory Vaden. This conversation had me on the edge of my seat because I think if there's one thing you should be focusing on with your YouTube channel and your business, it is definitely your personal brand. Sean and Rory really break down exactly how to do this and the 4 steps to focus on if you're building a brand company. Now, you're on YouTube, you're creating content, which means you are a brand, whether it's your face or your company's face. And I want to make sure you get the most out of today's episode. So cut out distractions, lean in, and let's get into today's featured conversation.
So how do you find and clarify your niche? How do you define your core message? How do you stand out amongst the competition and really build a powerful personal brand that breaks through the noise? If you want to do that this year, Rory Vaden is your guy. And I'm so excited to get into this conversation today. He helps people launch best-selling books and courses, land high-paying speaking engagements, impact millions of lives, build reoccurring revenue streams, generate leads while you're asleep, get access to a network of industry leaders, build an online following, get featured in mainstream media, and all of that really comes from building a powerful personal brand. So I can't wait for this conversation with my friend Rory Vaden. Rory, how's it going?
Buddy, thanks for having me. I'm so excited about this. You know how much I love and respect what you do, so it's good to be back with you.
The feeling's mutual, and I'm so fired up about this conversation. You know, if anybody's listening to the Think Marketing podcast, they're already probably thinking in terms of the power of a personal brand, of branding yourself, of marketing. Obviously, it's the Think Marketing podcast. But as we go into a new year, why personal branding? Why building a brand that cuts through the noise and really positioning your brand right? Why does it matter right now?
Well, I mean, I think the personal branding is basically the digitization of reputation, right? Like reputation is something we all understand and we go, yeah, we all have one and we all need one and it matters. When you hear personal brand, people are like, I don't know, I don't really like social media, I'm too busy, blah, blah. But it's like, no. personal branding is just the digitization of reputation. So whether you like it or not, you have to have one. And if ultimately, if people don't know about you, they can't buy from you. And so you are either actively influencing that conversation and you have a strategy for it, or you're just letting it happen to you, which is not something I would recommend. Just like I would say, you should care about your reputation. You should care about your personal brand.
Man, that's powerful. And I was reading on your blog, and you talk about one of the biggest mistakes people make when building a personal brand, which is maybe one of the myths of why people think, well, I don't want to build like a personal brand. Like, I'm not like an Instagram influencer. I don't need to have like a web page all about me. People don't want to see pictures of what I'm eating during the day. Why would I need a personal brand? But that is kind of the big mistake that you define on your blog. What is that mistake?
Yeah, so the biggest mistake that people make with their personal brand is they make it about themselves. Your personal brand is not about you. Your personal brand is about the problem you solve in the service to other people. And the best piece of personal branding advice I've ever received, I wish this was a Rory Vaden quote, but it is not. I can't take credit for it because there's a guy named Larry Winget who told me this when I was early in my career. He said, Rory, the goal is to find your uniqueness so that you can exploit it in the service of others. That's what we're trying to do. Find your uniqueness so that you can exploit it in the service of others. And that was powerful advice. But ironically, Larry wasn't actually in the business of teaching people how to do that. He was just a speaker saying that that's what you need to do. And so when we started Brand Builders Group, this is our second company. We sold our last business back in 2018. And so we had to be in a new space, start a new business. We thought, gosh, this is what we want to help people do. We developed a systematic process for how to find your uniqueness, how to walk any person through a series of questions is what it is. It's called the Brand DNA Helix, to help you hone in and figure out what is unique about you, where is your superpower. And that was the start of Brand Builders Group, and here we are.
Man, that's so powerful. And I want to hear about the Brand DNA Helix and go through how I can find, my core message, clarify my superpower, and those listening, we could kind of dial in our personal brand. But take us back for those that are meeting you for the first time. Sure. You've been on your own journey as a professional speaker, New York Times bestselling author. You've been in the corporate space, Fortune 500, all kinds of different things that you've done. What's been like your personal journey uncovering your own personal brand?
Yeah, well, I think the genesis of, well, here's the thing is when I was 17, I had this calling on my heart. Like, for me, I felt it was a calling from God. And Brand Builders Group, we serve what we call mission-driven messengers. And so we speak to people who have that kind of calling, because I felt like I was supposed to go out and talk to the world. And for me, I was very clear on self-discipline. And so I was like, self-discipline is the thing I'm supposed to go talk about. And so my first company was disciplinedynamic.com. It was terrible. You go to Discipline Dynamic and there was this lightning crash. Discipline Dynamic. It was sweet. Like, I look back on those days, they were sweet days. But I was very clear. But so I had that working for me. But nobody wants discipline. We know we need it, but we don't really want it. And people have to, marketing is like, you have to give people what they want. That's what attracts them. And so some years later, through the course of mentorship, I had somebody tell me, Rory, what is the problem that you solve? Self-discipline is the answer, but what's the question? And that was a really huge moment for me, was to figure out, and this is, to me, the genesis of all personal brands, is being able to answer this one question in one word. And most people cannot do it, which is, what problem do you solve? And, that question is difficult, but it's important because it helps you figure out, what have I earned the right to talk about? What is the relevance of me in other people's lives? The intersection of that is at the problem I can solve for them. And so, for me, back in those days, the problem that I solved was procrastination. And once we figured out that procrastination was the problem, I became, just like we encourage people to do today, is you have to become an ambassador of the problem, not just an ambassador of the solution, because people buy solutions to problems more than they buy like luxuries. And so, we studied procrastination. We did all these, independent studies that got me on national TV. And that led us to coming up with the metaphor of Take the Stairs, which was the title of my first New York Times bestselling book, which was how I really broke through the wall. It was a metaphor for doing things you should do that you don't feel like doing, which is the message of self-discipline. But what I was selling was the problem of procrastination, and people bought onto that. And a lot of people struggle with that, Sean, because they have too many messages to too many audiences, and they're not clear about what problem they solve. If you're not clear about what problem you solve, there's no way in hell your audience ever will be. There's no way your prospects ever will be. And so people just market a bunch of stuff about a bunch of stuff, and they are part of the noise. The reason you're caught up in the noise is because you're part of the noise. It's kind of like if you're, if you're at a party and a bunch of people are chatting and we're all talking, if you just come in and kind of like talk loudly, nobody will hear you. But if you like ping a glass of crystal, it has this piercing clarity that cuts right through the noise. And that's what you need. You need piercing clarity. And most people don't do that work. And so they ultimately become part of the noise. They stay stuck in the noise, and they never break through what we call Sheehan's wall, to where they break free of that and become the industry leader or the expert in their field, et cetera.
Man, that's so powerful. And you dropped a lot of nuggets in there. And I want to hear more about Sheehan's wall, because where you said too many messages to too many different audiences. And I think that we help a lot of people build their influence on YouTube. And we want to talk about so many different things, make videos on so many different things. We're multi-passionate. And even as entrepreneurs, we're maybe challenged to come up with what is our message that's going to cut through the noise. So what is Sheehan's wall?
Yeah. So Sheehan's wall we named it after a colleague of mine, Peter Sheehan, who originally kind of shared this construct with me, and then we've adapted it to fit personal brands. But it's super simple. It's basically in any industry or, vertical or space, there's two groups of people. There's the unknown, and then there are the known. And most of us are unknown. We're trying to break through to become known. And so there's this huge, invisible, thick wall that is Sheehan's wall. And what most of us do when we start out is we hear all these different ideas about all these things we could do to grow our reach, to grow our brand, right? And we're multi-passionate. So it's like, I love leadership and communication and sales, or I love fitness and nutrition and mental health and, spa days and lifestyle stuff. And so we have a lot of messages to a lot of audiences. We hear all these different tactics like YouTube, podcasts, social media, blah, 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 email list, and all these different business models like membership site, video course, live events, coaching programs, consulting, keynotes. And the problem is when you have diluted focus, you get diluted results. When you have diluted focus, you bounce off the wall. You absorb into the noise. You become part of the noise. And the way to break through Sheehan's wall, ironically, is to talk about fewer things in fewer places, to become the world's leading expert on one thing. And that is how you break through the wall. Now, it doesn't mean you have to only do that one thing forever. But that's how you break through the wall. Once you break through the wall and you're on the other side, you can expand into all sorts of different messages and business models, right? Like Oprah, Tony Robbins, they can talk about all sorts of stuff. Gary Vaynerchuk's a perfect example of this. He talks about all sorts of stuff today. But in the beginning, he broke through the wall by talking about one thing, wine, on one medium, YouTube. And people forget that. Amazon broke through the wall as a company by selling one thing, books, right? Like we all forget it because now you buy like, you know, cars and laptops and your toilet paper all off Amazon. But it's in the beginning, it was just books. So you have to become known for one thing, and that's how you break through the wall. And so, you know, part of the work that we try to help people do is figure out what is their one thing that they could do to break through the wall.
That's brilliant. And man, as the world gets noisier and as there's more options than ever before, Instagram, TikTok, podcast, Clubhouse, you know, it's all over the place. And there's so much noise in the world. Diluted focus leads to diluted results. And so breaking through on the one thing is so powerful. It reminds me when I was on my personal journey of discovering this, and I just thought about my Instagram bio, and I was working at a church at the time, and my Instagram bio, I was a pastor, but I was also a content creator, and I was already helping people find cameras and stuff, and tapping my toes into what I'm doing today. But I was so multi-passionate, and my Instagram account was not about who I served. It was about me. So I said, well, I'm a pastor, I'm a content creator, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a dog lover, I'm a music fan. And it was just this list about me. And when everything changed, Rory, was when I shifted and I changed my Instagram bio. And I just use that as an example, my email tagline, my social media profile across the board. And I galvanized the focus of my YouTube channel to, I help people build their influence with YouTube. And everything changed. Like it really was, it still took time, and I had to build around that new clear message, but it brought so much clarity to my social media, it brought clarity to my strategy, and it absolutely led to where things were today. And even though I was actually doing that at the time, I was clouding my own message by making it about me, and I was bouncing off of Sheehan's wall.
Yeah. I mean, you're a great example of this, Sean. I mean, you know, for those of you, like for you listening, I had one of my best keynote clients ever literally asked me the question, who do you know that is great at teaching people how to do video? And my brain immediately went to Sean, right? And like, we are getting to know each other, like we're pals, but it's not like we're best friends. Like we've hung out a little bit, but I was like, oh, you need Sean. And that's, you know, the human brain is a mental filing cabinet, right? And so you want to occupy one little box in their brain, like one little file in their brain where it's like, I need a surgeon, I need a orthopedic surgeon. Okay, who do I call? I need a child, you know, a pediatrician. I need someone to clean my carpet. I need someone to, you know, wash my car. There's like these little boxes. You need to own a box. It's like you need to pick a box and own it. And so like at Brand Builders, this was a decision we had to make. We only work with personal brands. We do not work with companies. We know we can make a lot of money working with companies, but our passion is for the mission-driven messenger. We brand people. We brand faces. We work with individuals. Now they could work at a company. I mean, all of them work at some company. But, you know, by turning away other things, you know, it's weird because it feels like it would be limiting. It feels like it would cost you, but it's the opposite. You're serving a smaller audience in a deeper way, and that is depth and substance, and that's what creates the power and the force to break through the wall.
Man, this is so powerful, and I'm excited to get into this brand DNA helix because we're going to go through Rory's framework to help you clarify. If you're like, okay, I want to break through the wall, I want to clarify my message, I want to figure it out. But we also have put together, Rory's got a way, if you want to talk to someone on his team to actually get clarity on this stuff, if you just go to freebrandcall.com/think, you can, or check the show notes on the podcast or the YouTube video. I really encourage you, if you just actually want to connect with somebody that can help you galvanize and maybe bounce some of your ideas and your thoughts off them, that's freebrandcall.com/think. And I want to hear about the brand DNA helix though. And I actually do have this written down. I was at an event when you spoke for Shalene Johnson, and I was sitting next to Heather Torres and Melissa Caputo on our team. And we were like this is gold. And so you kind of walked us through these questions and this framework. And so I'm excited for you to share it with the Think Marketing podcast. But yeah, what is the brand DNA Helix?
Yeah, so this is our framework for discovering your uniqueness. It's sort of the next step to Larry's advice of find your uniqueness so you can exploit it in the service of others. So it's 6 questions. And basically, you know, we do one-on-one coaching. So if we were working with you one-on-one right now, we would ask you basically these 6 questions, and you would brainstorm answers to the 6 questions. And then we would be looking, we teach our strategists to look for what we call thematic overlap. So basically, at the intersection of all of these answers is where your uniqueness lies. And we actually already covered the first question. The first question is, what problem do you solve? So you brainstorm a list of, here's all the problems I think I could solve for people. You know, these are things I know something about that people struggle with that I can help them overcome. And you just come up with a list. The next thing you do is, the second question is, what are you passionate about? And so you make a list of all of the things that light you up, that fire you up. And we want you to look at things that you get excited about, but also one of the keys here is to look for what pisses you off. What makes you mad? Like, what makes you angry, as well as what makes you sad? Like, what breaks your heart? What makes you cry? Like, what is the thing where you look in the world and you go, I feel so bad that people struggle with this? And those 2 questions, what problems can I solve and what am I passionate about? They're kind of corroborative. You reconcile, you know, that's how these 6 questions work, is you're kind of reconciling and you're looking for the intersection. So those are the first 2 questions.
That's brilliant. And, you know, it's interesting too, because when I thought about video, and I talk with like Heather Torres, the host of the Think Marketing podcast, she has a heart of empathy. She definitely comes from like this female nurturing side, loves helping people get clear on certain things, and might walk into an event and think about how the greeters greeted her, or think about how, how people were responding in there. Conversely, that's kind of what she's noticing. And if the energy's off or something, it would piss her off. She'd be like, man, why don't they have people, why is there no energy here or whatever? Conversely, if I walk in the same event, I'll be like, why is that LED screen like flickering? Why are the lights turned off?
Yeah.
Why is the audio so bad here? And sometimes it's like, what do you notice? And that's not necessarily, we've all maybe been around people who are critical, but sometimes the thing you're being critical of is the thing you've been called to solve. Because you start realizing like, okay, those are the types of the flow of, and being in church communications, and even being in communications. It went all the way back to getting started in video. Just so interesting that thing that makes you angry. And for some, it could be injustices, right? It could be these things, or it could just be, I don't like it when people don't communicate clearly, and they help people communicate clearly and structure their thoughts. Or I don't like it when, and it can be so many different things. What pisses you off? What makes you sad? It actually frustrates me and makes me sad if people waste time in the beginning of their YouTube video. I'm like, you're wasting time on the hook. What are you doing? Some people are like, I thought it was fine. It wasn't a big deal. So interesting. What problem do you solve? What are you passionate about? That's the first helix, right?
Yeah, so the 6 questions work like a chromosome, right, in a brand DNA helix. So those first 2 kind of go together.
What's 3 and 4?
So 3 and 4 are, number 3 is, what do you research? So that is, what do you study? What do you learn about? This could be your formal education, but it's really more, what would you spend a Saturday afternoon learning about if you had free time and you would do it anyways? Like that's going to point us towards your uniqueness. And right, like our team can't just look at you and tell you your uniqueness. We have to like guide people through the process, and we kind of like hold up a mirror and reflect it back to them. But you have head knowledge, your uniqueness, whatever it is, you have head knowledge of it, which leads to question number 4, which is, what do you have results in? And results is different. That is not education, but experience. What have you actually freaking done? What path have you walked? Where do you have results? And these two questions, the first two questions in the helix, problem and passion, kind of address like, what do you want to talk about? These next two questions, research and results, are sort of like, what have you earned the right to talk about? And if there's one shortcut to this process, this entire process, we realized that you are always most powerfully positioned to serve the person you once were. You're most powerfully positioned to serve the person you once were. One of the reasons we started Brand Builders Group, right, is because, like, I remember what it felt like to sit in an audience and look at the speaker on the stage and go, that should be me. I remember walking through the airport and seeing the book on the shelf and being like, how do you get your book up there? Like, my heart is so viscerally connected to that person. And then my wife, we built our former company together, and we stumbled through all of these mistakes and headaches to do it, and just realized we could have done this so much faster if we would have had someone just teaching us, but nobody had kind of pulled all those elements together. And so, that's who we serve, because that's who we were. So who were you? What problem have you solved? What question have you answered? What challenge have you overcome? You're most powerfully positioned to serve the person you once were. So that's 3 and 4.
That's powerful. And the curse of knowledge, I know in our community, happens all the time, to where we have like Nicole from Kids OT Help. She just crossed 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. She scaled her business past 6 figures. She's done some brand collaborations, created her own courses. She's done a lot of things. And she is the mother of a couple kids now. And she is a kids occupational therapist. But it's really easy for people to count themselves out. Like, who am I to teach? What do I know? How do I, as she began to uncover that, she knows like secrets of just helping kids do tummy time and grow through those things. She knows secrets of breastfeeding, and she just knows all these things that she's learned the hard way. She's put the time in. The kids are still alive, and they're thriving. And then she of course is also a kids occupational therapist. But so many listening, and I want to say this for the podcast, like, that you sometimes can be blind even to the process that you've been going through the things you really have learned. It could be curse of knowledge. It could just be lack of confidence. It could be that generally we're afraid to put ourselves out there and be bold and crack kind of through that shell, because turns out, I mean, Heather Torres is another great example, has a homeschool channel that she kind of does on the side. And she just goes, I just don't know what I would talk about. And I said, Heather, what are like the first 5 things I should know if I was going to be a new homeschool parent? She's like, and she just could roll them off. I was like, what are the 3 mistakes that homeschool parent? She's like, I'll tell you right now. She didn't have to prepare. She didn't need like notes. She could hit record. However, there was kind of that block there where sometimes we can be blind even to the fact that she had read 10 books on homeschooling, knew more. They say, right, Rory, that if you read like a book, you know more than 75% of the population. If you read 5 books, you know more than 99% of the population, just on a subject. Like, just by going to Amazon and ordering Rory's books on procrastinate and purpose and take the stairs, you would know more about procrastination and self-discipline than 99% of the world. But yet it's so easy for us, right, to be blind to our own results. Have you noticed that kind of curse of knowledge, lack of confidence in those that you work with?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a conscious like imposter syndrome, like, I'm not good enough because I'm not a doctor, right? But remember, you only feel fear when you're thinking about yourself. Fear is so self-centered, right? People don't need experts. People need help. They don't need experts. They need help. They don't ultimately care what your credentials are. They care, can you help me? Can you guide me? Can you lead me? And when you think about your audience, you don't have that imposter syndrome. But I think another version is what you're kind of talking about, Sean, which is more of the like, I'm not an expert on anything. And you go, you totally are. Like, everybody has you've been through something. What have you been through? You just don't realize the depth of it, because to you, it's the curse of knowledge. And so I think that, ask yourself, who were you 5 years ago? Who were you maybe 10 years ago? And go, that's the person that you can reach. And by the way, when we get to marketing, which is a phase 2 conversation, so the brand builders curriculum is actually 4 phases. Phase 1 is brand positioning. That's what we're talking about right now. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that comes later. But when you get to writing copy, the best copy sounds like you're in the head of the person, and you can do that because you actually were that person. Like, what that person needs to hear. So, and it's also like, what's the thing you never get sick of learning about? You never get sick of talking about. Like, those are, that's where it is. Like, that's the uniqueness.
That is fire. Well, hey, we got 5 and 6.
We do. Okay, so so that is the uniqueness, other than questions 5 and 6, which are really important because they address an actual really important part, which is, can you make any money with this? And this is where we're going to balance the passion with, can you make a real business out of this? So questions 5 and 6 are about money. Question 5 is, what are all the things people would buy from you? And we teach that there are basically only 5 ways to monetize a personal brand. We call them the paids. There's 5 ways to get paid from a personal brand. So it's an acronym. The P is products. You can take your pile of followers and you can sell them a physical product, like a book or a clothing line or some equipment or whatever. The A in paids is ads and affiliates, which is interesting. So one of our big friends and clients, Lewis Howes, this is his business model. Lewis he does sell some stuff to his clients, like to his audience, but the number one thing Lewis sells is access to his audience. It's the people who sponsor his podcast, The School of Greatness, which is a monster podcast, right? So ads and if you're good at throwing a party, but you don't really love selling stuff, you might look at ads and affiliates. That could be a great model for you. If you're a great inventor, you might look at products, or you could do a day planner. One of our friends, Michael Hyatt, sells day planners. Shalene has a planner, physical product. The I is information. So this has obviously been a burst, is to sell information products, which would be video courses, membership sites, assessments, certifications. There's been an explosion of information products because they're super valuable and they're, fairly low cost to create. And those are really great. The D in paids is deals. So a deal is third-party deals where you are paid from a third party for the creation of some piece of art, regardless of how well it performs. So it's a TV deal, a book deal, a brand deal. You're getting paid a flat fee. Or a guaranteed advance, and sometimes you get royalties in addition to it. Usually that's for more mature brands. And then the S is services, which is always the fastest path to cash, is to sell your time for money. If you need to make money quickly, I'm telling you, the fastest way to get there is to sell your time, to be a fitness trainer, to be a coach, to be a consultant. The problem is, long-term, it's the least scalable. So services are a great way to monetize your personal brand. In fact, we work with a lot of direct sales companies and stuff because, the best way to make money is to just take your personal brand and use it to sell the thing you're already doing. Like if you already have some business or you have a direct sales, side hustle or something, you could just use your personal brand to grow that thing. But if you're trying to if you have a corporate job and you really want to start something, you probably want to look at services first. That's how you're going to make enough money to pay your bills to break free. But then long term, you have to look at scale, which takes us to question number 6. So question number 5 is, what are all the things people would buy, which are the paids? And you're going to look at not all of them, right? We're looking at one to start. Pick one. It's not about all of them. And then question 6 is, what business do you really want to be in long term? So that's a different question, is going, okay, well, short term, I need to do something to make money, but long term, what kind of lifestyle do I want to have? And this is where we encourage people to look for what we call dares. So the dares are the characteristics of awesome business models. So dares is also an acronym. It stands for digital, automated, recurring, evergreen, and scalable. If there were a perfect business model, it might be completely digital. It has no physical inventory, warehousing, cost of goods. It would be completely automated and self-serve, where you never had to talk to your client. They could just service themselves. It would be recurring, so people would just pay every month for that thing. It would be evergreen, meaning you never had to update or change the product. And it would be infinitely scalable. You could have millions of followers, millions of customers without adding any additional overhead. Now that business model doesn't exist. The truth is it's all about what do you want to trade off. Netflix, though, is probably the closest to it. But even Netflix isn't evergreen because they have to upload new content all the time. But Netflix is probably the closest that we have found. But ask yourself, of the dares, what do I have natural strengths in and natural, my team is well suited at creating digital or physical, automated or high touch, high customization, recurring or just one-time pays, and you just kind of like, so we help people sort of think through the inventory. Again, there's not a perfect answer. There's only a perfect answer for you. It's not about finding the truth. It's about finding your truth. It's your uniqueness that we're looking for here with the Helix.
Man, so powerful. The 6 questions and just some fire on monetization there. And I love that by really using every single question to find the thematic overlap, to dial in your monetization, to dial in your brand positioning, to dial in what problem you're going to solve. And again, I do want to encourage you, Rory is a super world-class individual, and we align on so many things, not just world-class in business, but in family, life, values, faith, all those types of things. And have gotten to connect with him multiple times. So if you feel like you want more help, and we're only on one step of like 4 steps, right? You've got a whole team that can really help people get clarity for free. And of course, there's ways they can work with you and stuff like that. But even if they just want to get some clarity and really explore this process with somebody who can absolutely pull back kind of the confusion and really break through the noise. And even for people that are far along, because even as I go through this, I'm like, man, we could dial this messaging in. We could dial our copy in. We could dial some things in. So freebrandcall.com/think. Of course, that's in the show notes. If you do want to get some clarity to dial in your personal brand. You mentioned now, though, this is just that first pillar, because what are the 4 stages of actually building a high impact, high profit personal brand that you take people through?
Yeah, so interesting. And so we do one-on-one coaching, as you mentioned, and the first call we do with people is like an introduction, first call free, get to know you a little bit and help you sort through some of this. So if you really want to zoom out big picture here for a sec, because you and I have never talked about this actually, so when you look at breaking through Sheehan's wall, Brand Builders Group we have one curriculum that is subdivided into 4 phases, and each phase actually has 3 courses. So our full curriculum is 12 different 2-day experiences. So we have a ton of stuff that we take people through, which is one of the reasons why we give away so much, because it's like we can't give it away like fast enough. Like there's a ton. But so phase 1 is what we call the branding phase. It's all about finding your uniqueness, and it's about your positioning. Where do you sit in the marketplace? And it's, I love how my friend Sally Hogshead describes this. It's like you want to neatly position yourself inside of a box that people understand, but then you want to clearly differentiate yourself from everyone else who's in that box with you. We do that in phase 1. In phase 2, we call that the marketing phase. This is traditionally what people think of when they think of personal branding. This is where we talk about funnels and email copy and websites and social media and podcasting and video. and also getting booked as a speaker. It's like, how do you market yourself? But one reason why a lot of people fail is because they skip phase one and they try to go straight to phase two. They immediately like, I need to get my website launched. But it's like, you don't even know what to say. Like, you don't even know what words need to be on the website. Why are you so concerned about getting it launched? And it's just because that's what we see everybody doing. You know,
and Rory, just to cut in there, I mean, that was a bomb right there on the podcast. Like, if you're not doing not just the right things, but in the right order, and it actually becomes the wrong thing if you start, you run out without fully having clarity, and clarity is power. Clarity is really that first step in uncovering that in that messaging phase. Okay, I love that. So then what's the next phase?
Yeah, so that's phase two. And phase three is what we call selling. So phase three is where you've built a fire in phase one and phase two. Now we're going to throw gasoline on the fire. And to what you just said, Sean, so this is where we introduce paid traffic. We teach people how to analyze paid traffic campaigns, and they learn their CAC and their LTV, lifetime value, and cost per click, and client acquisition costs, and all of that stuff to throw fuel on the fire. We teach. That's where you learn about doing affiliates. That's also where we teach. One of the courses is called Bestseller Launch Plan, and we talk about moving from self-publishing to traditional publishing, and how does the New York Times list work, and when should you use a New York publisher, and what's a Wall Street Journal bestseller, and how do you do that? And then we also talk about high dollar offer sales there in selling. And then in phase four is what we call scaling. Phase four, our flagship course is called 8-Figure Entrepreneur, which you could actually think of these phases is this way. It's like, phase one, you're just getting started. Phase two is become 6 figures. Phase three is grow to 7 figures. Phase four is 8 figures. And my wife and I have built 5 different 7-figure companies and 1 8-figure company that we sold back in 2018. And so we talk about, there's a big difference between being a personal brand and scaling a personal brand into a business. Our former company had 200 people, right? And this is where you go, how do you become Dave Ramsey with 1,000 employees, or a Gary Vaynerchuk, or the Oprah, like these huge brands that reach millions of people? It's not just them, right? And it's not a little team. It's a big team. It takes a big team to make a big impact. And so that's what phase four is all about. We also teach people in phase four how to recruit and build a sales team, because typically by that point, to get to an 8-figure business, you're usually having to supplement marketing with sales, a true dedicated sales strategy, which is actually what we spent our whole past life doing. We used to only do sales. Brand Builders is more of a marketing, company, but that's the big picture, man. And then you kind of like, a lot of the clients we work with who are more of the like celebrity type, they kind of are repeating the cycle. So they've already done it once, and now they're reinventing their next business or their next book or their next thing.
Man, that's brilliant. And of course, you're breaking down your business model and how you can help people in this side of what you do with Brand Builders Group. But there's so much value in there. And I think that's a kind of a good question of the day, is thinking about what stage are you in? Are you in that branding, getting clarity stage? Are you in that needing to master marketing and maybe scale to 6 or beyond, in that selling, mastering sales and paid traffic? To your point, absolutely, it's like gasoline on the fire. But just like the mistake, sometimes a lot of people in our community, and even in like our inner circle program and different things, are like, hey, how do you do Facebook ads? How do you do Instagram ads? How do you do Google Display Network? And the question is, are you even ready? Like, have you proven your message? Have you proven your offer? Have you proven your product?
If you're not yet optimizing every YouTube video organically, you're not ready for that. Like, why would you not do the free thing first? And everyone wants to skip over that.
I love those steps, and obviously we can get a lot of value out of those. Again, we could talk obviously endlessly about all these different stages and all these details. So we definitely have to have you back on the Think Marketing podcast. And if you want to connect more with Rory, of course, all of his details are in the show notes wherever you're watching or listening to this. And if you do want to jump on with a free call with one of his strategists, links are there as well for that. Can't recommend it enough. We've had people in the past when we recommended that on a different video that got so much value out of connecting with Rory and his team. And so freebrandcall.com/think. Rory, thank you so much for being a part of the podcast today.
Man, it's such a privilege. I respect so much what you're doing, and I learn from you. Like, I actually follow you. You're just the epitome of just giving value and clarity and focus and over-delivering. And, the last thing I would just leave y'all with is, if you feel any fear or reluctance to go out and build your personal brand, it's because you're thinking about yourself. But if you feel that calling on your heart, we believe that is the result of a signal that's being sent out by somebody else. And there's somebody out there right now who needs you much more than you need them. So think about that person and go find them.
Jordan's sore nose let out a fiery sneeze, so Dad grabbed a Puffs Plus lotion to soothe her with ease. Puffs Plus lotion is gentle on sensitive skin and locks in moisture to provide soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs indeed. America's #1 lotion tissue.
Injustice strikes. We must fight the black. Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Rory and Sean's conversation for me was so enlightening. I think, we talk a lot about clarity here at Think Media, and Rory just really took it to another level for me specifically, and I hope for you as well. And when I think about some key points that I wrote down that I want to make sure that you get into your notebook, was you need to get clear on the exact problem that you solve. And you know that we teach this here at Think Media, but it's even just one level deep of what's your superpower? What is the thing that you are just so good at and that you could help people with? And I loved that Rory really carries the same spirit that we have here at Think, which is all about helping the people in your tribe. Who are you helping and how do you help them is the main question that we ask here when we're helping our clients get clear on their YouTube channels or how they want to grow their business on YouTube. And so I really hope that you take some time to evaluate that. A lot of times we listen to podcasts and we just move on to the next one, but I want to encourage you to take this podcast like a mini course and actually spend time answering these questions. So who do you help and how do you help them? And then the last thing is to remember that your personal brand isn't actually about you. Was that an enlightening point for you as well? I think for me, when I think about what should I be posting on social media or what type of content should I be creating, I don't want it to be about me. I want it to be about the person I want to help. And I think that the big piece where he said about fear is when you're making it internal, man, that really just breaks down some barriers. So I hope that you pick up your camera this week. I hope that you press record and you start creating content for the people that need you the most. And we're going to continue this type of clarity conversations at our annual conference, Grow with Video Live. You have an opportunity right now to win an all-access pass to our conference that's going to be happening virtually, which means you can attend no matter where you live in the world this fall of 2021. There's a couple things you have to do to enter to win this exclusive all-access pass. So make sure you go to thinkmarketingshow.com. I'll have that linked in the show notes below here on the podcast as well as on YouTube, wherever you're consuming this content on. And all you need to do is rate and review the podcast. Why rate and review it? Well, because that allows us to see who's part of our community here on the podcast. We get to hear your testimonies on there and learn what type of content you love for us to be creating. But it also helps to put this in the feeds of those other creators just like you. So if you rate and review this podcast, it helps us get the message of what we're trying to do here at Think out to other people. So if you want to enter to win one of those all access passes, all you need to do is rate and review over on iTunes, and make sure you go to thinkmarketingshow.com for all of the details to enter this amazing giveaway. One of my favorite things to do here on the podcast is to read these reviews. And today's review and shout out goes to Whatever Works 234. They said, dropping growth bombs. Such a great podcast. Very encouraging for me in this journey, as well as helping me strategically grow my channel and, more importantly, myself. Thank you so much for leaving that comment. That really is our heart here at Think Media. It's to help you have personal life change. And we want that to happen through growing your influence on YouTube. There's never been a better time right now for you to be creating content and helping people through the power of video and creating freedom-based filled businesses. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically it just means that I am so excited that Whatever Works 234 said that not only is it helping them grow their channel, but also themselves. This is the journey that I've been on, and I just want to help share the things that I've learned, and Sean wants to share the things that he's learned along this journey of growing on YouTube. Well, that wraps up today's podcast. Make sure you tune in next Tuesday for another fire podcast. I can say that because I've already listened to it. So make sure that you are here next Tuesday, and we'll catch you in the next episode.
Courageous, be bold, take the move and just do it.
Reese's and Hershey's Zero Sugar. So delicious, you'll check the label twice.
Chances are you've already created at least a raw framework for your book, right? So you can video record your way to your book. Ministers or pastors, you can preach your way, like your sermon series is a book, right? Or one of them is at least. And so you can break that out and you can still cater to the medium that you do best, but while also crystallizing your ideas and what ultimately becomes a book.
That's an encouraging point you mentioned there is, Think Marketing podcast listeners, you're hearing this and you've already put out 100 video ideas or 10 or 50. You've already published, videos or blog posts or podcast episodes. Those are like chapters potentially, or those are potential chapters. And by putting your content out in public, actually you've posted 50 YouTube videos. 10 did really well. That's like people saying those should be the 10 chapters, yes. And the other ones weren't as strong. And so there's so many powerful things in there. Well, I want to talk about even who you think should publish a book and what some of the best ways to monetize. Mm-hmm. But before we get there, you mentioned the kind of two questions, the difference between traditional publishing and self-publishing. If someone's listening to this and they want to write a book and they're unfamiliar, they're like, I don't know which path I want to, could I even get traditionally published? Should I even pursue that route? Or even if I could, should I still pursue self-publishing? What's kind of the difference? Break that down.
Yeah, so there's 3 or 4 main differences. It starts with distribution. So it used to be that the only way to sell books was to get your book into bookstores, right? And to get into bookstores, you had to have a publishing deal. To get a publishing deal, you had to have an agent. So you start way back here and 3 years later, you've got a book that's out in the world. Well, now over 70% of all books sold are sold on Amazon. Right. And you don't need a publisher to publish a book on Amazon. So distribution has kind of fell by the wayside as a major sticking point. And now there's 3 main differences. There's the royalty rates, there's the time that it takes, and then there's the cost to publish. And so for royalty rates, you're looking at, if you're traditionally publishing, 8 to 12%. So we're talking $1, maybe $2 per book. If you're self-published, on the other hand, it's anywhere from 20% to 70% on the digital Kindle version. So that's a big difference. Maybe that's $5 to $8 a book, depending on pricing and stuff like that. So that's the royalty rate difference, pretty big difference. Time it takes, if you're traditionally publishing, minimum of 2 years. And then there's kind of, if you're self-publishing, maybe it'll take you a year, maybe it'll take you a decade, depending on how disciplined you are. I think the stats about 60 or 70% of our students write and publish in less than a year. So saving a bunch of time in that process. And then there's the cost. So obviously, if you're going traditional publishing, they're going to cover the cost of publishing for you. And then there's kind of this middle ground, which is hybrid publishing. Some people call it vanity publishing. This is where you pay someone most often to publish your book. It might be $5, $10, $15, $30,000, and you're paying. And sometimes they also take a royalty cut, kind of depends. And then there's self-publishing, obviously, which that means you're going to have to pay the cost yourself. And so big three costs, sorry, this is a long answer, but big three costs are cover design, editing, formatting. Those are kind of your main three costs. Can cost anywhere from a few $100 to a few $1,000, or maybe more if you really don't know what you're doing, or if you just want to like spending money, then you can spend more than that. But that's kind of the ballpark. But the long and short of it is, for 99.9% of authors, it makes more sense to self-publish. Now, disclaimer, I run self-publishing school and I own selfpublishing.com. So obviously I'm biased, but I really think the only time it makes sense to traditionally publish is if you're a big name with a big audience and you can get a big advance. That's the only time. So if you're, Tony Robbins, Sean Cannell, Oprah, and you can get a big advance, then awesome. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe it still makes sense not to, but that's, in my opinion, the only time it makes sense to do that. It's kind of like, if you've ever heard the saying, it's like, banks only lend money to people who don't need it. Publishers only give publishing deals to people who don't need it and who can sell the books without them. So that's kind of.
How about ownership? Because one of the other reasons why I love self-publishing school, or I love self-publishing school as well, but self-publishing is, you got the rights to your book. And I know that's maybe if you traditionally publish, they kind of own rights and maybe distribution for a certain number of years, or you might even have to buy it back, or it's not released.
Often in perpetuity, and depending on how well you negotiate the contract, they'll own the content in perpetuity, at least in book form. Now, sometimes you can also, this is a small tip if you're going the traditional publishing route, negotiate out. There's a few things you should negotiate. You should negotiate out your audiobook rights. That's really important, because now that's a separate income stream for you, and a lot of publishers don't think about that. You can negotiate out foreign rights. You can also negotiate your author, the price of how many author copies they send you, and the price that you can purchase author copies at, which if you want to sell books elsewhere, or buy books, or use them as part of speaking events or whatever, you definitely want to negotiate that. And then there's a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, typically, to answer your original question, the publisher owns the rights to the book in perpetuity.
Yeah, so from my point of view, in pre-YouTube Secrets, which is self-published, we thought a ton about this and already had influence that we could have pursued the other route. And by the way, if you want to learn more about this, Chandler and I have a training that we're doing together. It's live, or if you want to catch the replay, depending on when you're listening to this podcast, at startyourbook.live. If you really want to go deeper in how you can get your book written in just 90 days, from literally blank page to getting it live on Amazon. And if you're thinking about writing a book, on the idea of self-publishing, to me, the huge thing was kind of that rights thing. Because I also thought, man, if I could get some practice, get a book or two under my belt, even if I had more celebrity later, those other books would have lift, and I would have as opposed to the reverse, being that oh shoot, what if it blows up? What if it goes really big? Because you could always inject new life into it. Almost like I could go self-published first, maybe traditional published later, and I could activate my back catalog with a greater level of profitability, as opposed to getting, one or two, or have the rights to even sell it later, and now I'm worth more. It's sort of like that idea. It's kind of like the record industry, where all of a sudden you blow up and now you're in a bad contract.
Yes. Oh, 100%. And a lot of people do that. Some people don't, right? A lot of people, they'll self-publish the book and it'll sell so well that it'll get picked up by a traditional publisher and they'll get a better deal, which is amazing. And that works really well for them. But then then some people choose not to. I just did a webinar earlier today with Hal Elrod. He sold 2.5 million copies or something of his self-published book, The Miracle Morning. And publishers are just throwing money at him trying to buy the rights to that book. And he's like, no, show me the math. Okay, now I'm going to make way more money. I'm self-publishing a book or keeping this book self-published. He parlayed that into his book, The Miracle Equation, and got a good deal for that. And so that's traditionally published. And then kind of so that you get a big advance, and he did well with that. And then you still have the cash cow of your first book. And then also, even something as simple as a really effective thing that helps sell more books is running Amazon ads. I always say that, Google is the search engine of browsers. Amazon is the search engine of buyers. Everyone's focused on SEO on the Google side of things, but Amazon, people are there for one reason and one reason only. That's to buy stuff with their credit card on file. So I would rather rank, I'd like to rank on both, obviously, and we're actively working towards that. We do rank on both, but I would rather rank on Amazon because there's lower competition. And if I want to run ads, I can't do that. If I have all my friends that are traditionally published, I'm like, hey, go through and set up your Amazon ads. And I can't. The publisher owns that, and I'm offering to pay them money, and they won't even set up Amazon ads, right? So even just small, simple things like that, where you have the control of your book, you can market it the way you want. You can get, I give away the audiobook for free. That means tons of leads. So I'm getting paid to get leads instead of paying for leads. All those little things like that, in a lot of cases, you just can't do if you're traditionally published.
What's for dinner?
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
They said that since I worked full-time, I wouldn't be able to go to school. But with WGU, I was able to do my classes on my own time and take all my tests online when it suited me best. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Turn the place you live into the home you love with Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop Bob's for everyday low prices on family-proof sofas, beautiful bedrooms, delightful dining sets, lush mattresses, and more. So stop in, save big, and start to build your dream home at Bob's.
Can't do if you're traditionally published.
That's super powerful. And yeah, we are in constant positive ROI running ads on YouTube Secrets ebook, which also means we're meeting new people, which kind of gets us teed up for best ways to monetize your book, what it can lead to. But just really quick, so who should self-publish a book? So I just think in our community, Nicole, kids occupational therapist, 100,000 YouTube subscribers.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I mean, right? Like she could write for new moms, like a motherhood. Fly Ride, he does custom LED lighting. He's also kind of into building businesses, and he's now scaling an influencer. He's on Clubhouse a lot. He's scaling, he's doing a lot of kind of social media stuff. So that could be interesting because maybe, I don't know if you'd buy a book about custom LED lights, but he's now built 10 different income streams around what was a traditional business. Ben from Keto Camp, he's got his book coming out, of course, ketosis, and that's a big one. So I just think about, I think that YouTube content creators might have not thought about doing this, but I think it's one of the smartest. It's not necessarily easy. That's where you come in. It's not easy. It's really easy to get off the rails. It's really easy Heather's actually working on her book right now, and it's had her in tears because it's emotional. Like it's it's the kind of thing.
Call it free therapy.
No doubt about it.
Especially if you're writing about a personal topic, it's free therapy. Like you're going to have to work through some stuff.
Yeah. And so, but who should self-publish a book? I mean, you've helped so many people. What are some of the stories that are just remarkable about some books that have gotten off the ground that have helped people scale whatever they're doing in marketing or social or some other weird kind of business?
I'd say, there's kind of two camps. There's the legacy camp and then there's the business camp. Some people are saying, hey, I just want to do this. And if no one but my kids and my grandkids read this, I'm good. And then other people say, hey, I want to very strategically use this book to grow a business. And so we've got so many examples on both sides of that spectrum. One of my favorites is we had someone join self-publishing school years ago to write a book about physical therapy and back pain. Really awesome, doing an amazing thing. He's a physical therapist, but then his daughter saw it and said, hey, Dad, that's really cool. I want to write a book. And he said, all right, well, why don't you write, 500 words and come back to me? And thinking like, okay, I'm going to brush her off. And she's just saying this. She's not going to actually do it. And then she comes back like a couple hours later and she's got words written. And so then they worked kind of every Saturday at Panera Bread for weeks. And then she published a book. It made $3,000 or $4,000 in the first few months. She donated a bunch of money to autism awareness. Like now she's been on all these local TV shows. She's doing speaking gigs. She made like $1,200 or something from her first speaking gig. Like at 8 years old. And now it's just like, I think about her life trajectory as a young woman and just the confidence, like the opportunity. She has a monthly allowance, which is really just her book royalty money that shows up every month, right? Like it just life trajectory totally changed. And that's one of my favorite stories. And so a good example for the parents as well of like, hey, if you decide to do this, your kids are watching and they're paying attention. And when you go after your goals, they see that and they might want to do it too.
I love that. And I mean, I was kind of taught in this, even coming up, Shalene Johnson, who I know you know and have done stuff with, it helps you as a speaker, like you're maybe more in demand as a speaker because like, oh, you're a published author. Plus, it could be the thing that happens from on stage. My friend Rory Vaden was on the podcast. Books have been a huge, thing for him. Obviously, so many different people, whether you're you talked about the business camp. Man, if you've got a proprietary process, if you are a coach, a consultant, and it also can help you carve out a whole new side of business. And I think one of the big things that's interesting is I think sometimes we just have this myth of, well, I create all this content on social media, I've reached the maximum market. Of course I want to grow on Google or social more. Like, does anybody even read books? It's like, are you kidding? It's a whole nother actual side. And then like audiobooks, a whole nother conversation. Like some of the Gen Z people from our team, they're literally like, I don't read books, but I listen to audiobooks all the time. Like I'm just addicted to Audible. So once you've actually written the book, now you're going to get it in audio form. And that's a whole nother arm. Like what's the opportunity there? And that kind of ties more into this YouTube thing, because we're here on a podcast. It's also a video podcast.
Yes.
But the audio is the person people are watching on their phone, listening on their phone, they're listening to iTunes, to move over to Audible or whatever and start consuming that audio while they're driving, while they're on, doing chores, while you're on a walk. It scales, like our friend Pat Flynn says, it scales intimacy because someone watched, you've seen the audience retention on a YouTube video. It's 2 minutes, 4 minutes, even of a 25-minute video. Someone commits to you in an audiobook. Now they've spent, even if they don't finish it, an hour with you, 2 hours with you, 3 hours with you. You read it yourself. They're hearing your voice. They're learning more about you. And it's such another level of depth, which speaks to that 1,000 true fans. It speaks to that like deeper than just vanity surface level social media metrics, but really going deeper. What are some of the things that people do with audiobooks with you guys?
Yeah, so I think you spoke to a really crucial distinction, Sean, which is I call this concept leveraged impact. So it's doing work once. And so you do the work once to create the book, and then that book impacts thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even millions of people, right? And so I think it's, social especially, there's a huge difference. If I'm creating content on social that disappears from the news feed and the longevity of that content is not very good, I'm running on a hamster wheel of content creation. This is what I love about you, what you guys are teaching on YouTube, and why, I bought your course and sent my team through it, and we're creating YouTube content and all that, because at least YouTube content, similar to a book, it has longevity, right? You create the content once, and then that thing, it continues to rank, it continues to bring in traffic, like there's longevity. So leverage impact, you're creating it once, and then then you add in the audiobook component. And if you have a podcast, it's a no-brainer, because the people who listen to your podcast would buy your audiobook. And so there's an instant crossover. There's all kinds of minutia things that are kind of cool, like the Audible bounty, which is when people go to try Audible and you're the first book that they download, whether you did that or it just happened, Audible pays you. They're always changing it, but it's like 50, 75, $100. So I have a few $100 a month that comes in just from Audible bounties, right? And so that's another stream of income. And there's people listening to the audiobook, and then it gets into the stuff that I'm sure we'll talk about more in depth later. But where I look at it as a business owner, again, is it leads, sales, and referrals. And so leads are people that have heard of me because of my book, right? How many people wouldn't have heard of ClickFunnels if it wasn't for Russell Brunson's books, right? So new people in your ecosystem. Then there's sales, so getting a higher percentage of people who heard about you to do business with you as kind of like a transfer mechanism. So just like you do, use the book as part of your webinar, use the book as part of the sales process, and you're going to see a conversion rate lift on all those things. And then lastly, as a referral mechanism, so give 2 copies to every customer, right? And say, hey, here's one for you and here's one for a friend you know that needs help with XYZ. I do this all the time, and I think we've been at events together, and whenever I'm speaking, I bring hundreds of books and give them all away. Because then it's like there's just an army of people, and everyone around the conference is like, wait, hold up, what's that? And then some people don't even read the books, but they'll, it's like if I would have given them a business card, they would have thrown it away probably within 24 hours. But now they're holding that book, they take it home, they don't throw it away. It's in their home, it's in their office. And every time they see it, they think of me in self-publishing school. And then maybe they don't even want to publish a book, but someone comes by their house or their office and says, hey, what's that? And they say, oh, you want it? You can have this copy, right? And so you're turning customers or prospects into a referral engine, as John Jantz would call it, for your book. And so that's how I look at it, kind of the 3 buckets as an entrepreneur of how do I plug the book into what I'm already doing to bring back leads, sales, referrals.
Man, super, super powerful. And if you're like fired up by everything that Chandler's saying, and you want to learn more about this, especially like we haven't really got into how do you start to self-publish your book? How do you start writing it? You might have a lot of mindsets of self-doubt, like, oh, do I have anything to say? Or I'm not a good writer. I wasn't good in English. Like these things can kind of hold us back. And that's where Chandler's process can really help you. If you want to watch a free training, of course, at the end of it, you'll learn more about all the ways that self-publishing in school can help you. But the free training alone is so valuable that we're doing together. It's at startyourbook.live, and you can watch that free webinar. And that's what are they going to learn on that training?
Yeah, so you'll learn 3 things. So you're going to learn how to write your book in as little as a weekend, which I know probably sounds crazy, but I'll teach you the 3-step process to either write your book or speak your book if you choose to do it that way, kind of a choose your own adventure. We'll go more in depth on self-publishing versus traditional publishing. And then we're going to talk about how to use or how to launch your book successfully. So I've got something really cool that I'll talk about on the launch front that'll help you get more reviews and have a more successful launch with your book. So those are the core things. And practicing what I'm preaching here, when you register for the training, if you show up live and stay to the end, you'll get a copy of my book published. So we'll send you a digital copy of the book when you register. It's at startyourbook.live.
Yeah. So definitely check out that training. As we land the plane, I do want to just kind of rapid fire on some ways to monetize. I mean, if people already go, if I get the leads, I can monetize. Maybe you could share some stories. And again, I want people to hear, this is coming out of my own experience. I wanted to have Chandler on because I believe so much in the power of a book. There's a level of just pride, accomplishment, confidence that is intangible, and you don't know until you're on the other side of that book.
Yeah.
Just the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it. And from, following a proven process, I definitely say don't go it alone because it's super scary. And I think most people, they start, but they never actually get their book published. I love your results of your students, but we've seen physical books have made sales, ebooks. We actually are now in digital international sales from ebooks, but we've also had foreign rights. And because we self-published, we feel blessed. I think it was Korean, Chinese, Russian. We just got that cover, and Vietnamese so far. I'm not sure why not Spanish. I'm like, come on, man. I mean, Spanish is a big market, but just people that are interested in YouTube secrets. So a lot of different things can happen. The audiobook, the royalties. What's like a story or an example of just somebody who they wrote their book and man, it led to monetization that they kind of surprised them?
Yeah, I would say there's 1 or 2 examples that just jump to the top of my head. First of which I think will be super applicable for your audience. A guy named David McKay. So you know this, Sean. My brother plays in the Grammy-nominated rock and roll band called Need to Breathe. They were playing at Red Rocks one year, and I met this guy. He was a photographer, and he was taking pictures. And he followed up after and was going to work with you guys on a book. and I think he still has the record. He wrote and published 2 books within 89 days of starting work with us. Crazy. But what that did is he emailed me the other day. He said, hey, it's been 1 year since I'd won self-publishing school, over $10,000 in royalties. Nice. But more importantly, $45,000 in business from his book. So basically, he does photography tours where they take people out in nature, like Africa and like all this stuff. And so people read the book about how to do photography, and then they see that he does tours, and then they book photography tours with him. In year one, $45,000 worth of tours that he could track was directly from the book. He says those books bring in about 30 to 40 leads per week. Again, instead of paying for leads, he's getting paid to get leads. And then he just emailed me over Christmas, I think it was, and he was like, yeah, another 20-something thousand worth of tours. And this is another person that came from my books, and just a gift that keeps on giving. And then another example, this guy, Scott Groves, he had a crazy amount of words, like 500,000 words or something. And it was like, man, I've been working on this for 4 years. I need to pay you to actually get it done. And he scrapped all of it and wrote and published it in I think it was 90 days. And he's a mortgage broker. And it was like within, 4 months, 5 months or something, like a few $1,000s in royalties. I think it was $8,000 in royalties. Got a $59,000 a year pay bump at his job, hired a new employee that found him because of his book. And it was like 2 deals that was worth like $60,000 in commissions or something like that. And that was, it crystallized it, finished his book. I think he locked himself in a hotel room for a weekend or something, got the book done, and then used it to start growing his business.
Man, I love hearing that too. And when I think mortgage broker, you know what it makes me think is it makes me think personal branding. It makes me think real estate agent, mortgage broker, doula, fitness coach. Man,
yes.
If you don't have a book, you're just another like everyone else. But you take him, he writes the book. Now all of a sudden you come in with another. It's forced you to level up. Yes. All of a sudden, the person on the other side of that interview or the job you're in gets that promotion. But even in terms of attracting top talent or building a team, now it's like, because again, you're published author. You got that authority piece, or you don't know who's reading your book, and they're getting to know you in that intimate way, and you don't even know it yet. And then all of a sudden, they're up to speed, or you've articulated your mission, your vision, your values in your book.
Yeah.
And now they want to be a part of what you're doing. And so it could lead to partnerships, collaborations. You have a stronger personal brand, more revenue, more leads. Your business is growing. The power of a book. Chandler, that's why I had to have you on the podcast, because there's just so many benefits. It's not easy. It's a lot easier if they go through a proven process, and people actually always, there's 2 ways, right, to get wisdom. One way is the slowest way, your own mistakes, and maybe never actually figuring it out and it taking forever. Or the better way is other people's mistakes. Like somebody's already figured out, like, don't go that way. The time to have the map is before you enter the woods, and so that you can follow a proven plan. But nevertheless, my hope in everybody listening to this is that you would seriously consider, whether today is the right time or whether it's sometime later, that you would make it one of your ambitions and your goals to say, man, if I want to take my business to the next level, my personal brand, I want to stand out in the sea of sameness of social media influencers, man, I want to write a book. If only to also get that in that audiobook format, because man, we've generated like over $40,000 just on the audiobook side, not from our products and programs, literally just from Audible bounties and Audible. And we've done things at scale, but like you said, every single video on video influencers pretty much is like, this video is brought to you by Tube Secrets book, tubesecretsaudio.com. Get the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book for free, because if you don't have audio, and it's a 15-second ad spot, rinse and repeat. And we've done it for a couple of years, and people continue to grab the audiobook for free, or they already have an Audible book account. So friends, I hope you will check it out or think about writing a book. And if you want some help, Chandler's got you, and you can check out the training that we did together at startyourbook.live. Chandler, if people want to connect with you, where are you at?
I'm old school, so I'm literally only on social, only on Facebook, and then we're self-publishing school website or selfpublishing.com. Otherwise, I'm on Facebook.
I love it. Well, Chandler, thanks so much for coming on the podcast. Appreciate you, and I look forward to seeing everybody over on the training at startyourbook.live. So I hope you got value out of that conversation with Chandler Bolt, but there's still so much to come on the podcast. So stick around. And the first thing is, if you have been getting value out of the Think Marketing podcast and you haven't left a review, it would mean the world to me and the team if you would just drop a review on Apple Podcasts. In fact, you can go to thinkmarketingshow.com, and we're actually doing a giveaway of an all-access pass to our conference, Grow with Video Live. And all you got to do is, it breaks down all the steps. You can leave a review. You text us a picture of the review, and then you're entered to win a free virtual pass to the #1 YouTube marketing conference for entrepreneurs and smart business owners, Grow with Video Live. And so check all that out, thinkmarketingshow.com. And if you watch or listen to the Think Marketing podcast on YouTube, of course, smash the like button and leave a comment. I would love to know your biggest takeaway from today's episode. Now, maybe Chandler really got you fired up about writing a book, and I want to encourage you, don't miss the training we are doing together at startyourbook.live. If you want to be a part of a free workshop on how to go from blank page to published author in 90 days, the busy person's guide to getting it done in just 30 minutes a day, then you're going to love that training. You're going to learn the 3-step system that Chandler uses to write, publish, and launch, listen, a best-selling book in as little as 90 days. And then also how to use your book to leave a legacy. You're going to find your book idea in under an hour. You're going to find how he wrote his first book, over 200 pages in just 1 week, how to leverage your book to grow your authority, income, and business, how he made $4,000 a month in book royalties, and with his first book, he used it to grow a 7-figure company in just 2 years. A lot of stuff covered on the training. If you want to be a part of it, I'm going to be there with Chandler. I hope you're there. Startyourbook.live to register. Now, of course, we always want to be transparent with you at the Think Marketing Podcast. At the end of the training, Chandler's going to let you know that if you want to work with him and he helps you through self-publishing school, write your book, you have some kind of a special offer. But either way, whether you want to go it alone and learn the information and then, sit down at Microsoft Word and figure it out and type your book out and use the tips, don't miss the training. And whether you're like, you know what, this seems like it'll be an awesome thing for me, then don't miss the training and you can see what the next steps are as well. But if you have any interest at all and you see the power of publishing or self-publishing your own book and what that could do for you as an authority, as a content creator, as an entrepreneur, as a small business owner, as someone who just wants to leave a legacy or a memoir for your family, then don't miss the training. Again, startyourbook.live, and you can be there for the training. If you're watching this sometime in the future, I think the replay will be left up for at least a little while. And so startyourbook.live is the website. It is time. This is what happens when Heather is not doing the intros and outros of the podcast. You've got Sean's sound effects. But it's time for the comment of the day. And the T5 guy says this podcast is legit. I've been following Think Media YouTube channel for about a year, and I decided to jump into the YouTube game. I found this podcast, and it is so rich. Sean really gives great insight on marketing, growing your channel, and providing better content. My biggest takeaway in the end is that Sean stresses that it's about being a better human being. Start and end there, and you will find success. The T5 guy, thank you so much for leaving the comment, and I hope you did it at the thinkmarketingshow.com. Take a screenshot of it, you can still do it, and submit that so we get you entered to win a free virtual pass to Grow with Video Live 2021. Of course, we'll tell you more about Grow with Video Live in the future. It's not until the end of August in 2021, so there's definitely time, but we will be bringing you more information from that. But in the meantime, leave a review, and you'll be entered to win one of 3, I believe, virtual passes for that. Now, I want you to get ready because next week we're kind of doing part 2 of this podcast, but it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to keep talking about books and why you may want to write a book, but specifically, I am going to be sharing the untold story of YouTube Secrets. Now, the book, YouTube Secrets, that I co-wrote with my friend Benji Travis, I believe is at around 70,000 copies now sold between ebooks, physical books, audiobooks downloaded. And we've learned so many lessons. We did a lot of things right because we got help. You know, that's why you connect with people like Chandler. You get help so you can shorten your learning curve and you can learn someone who's gone the path before. We also made a lot of mistakes. So I'm going to be talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of the YouTube Secrets journey. And I'm going to be talking about how to 10x your brand and your business with the book. I'm going to be sharing all the numbers, the details, the units sold, the things we learned, the campaigns we did. And you'll see why this is so powerful to do as a content creator. If you have a cooking channel, maybe it's a cookbook. Definitely, if you're Heather Torres and it's about homeschool, it could be something in education or homeschool. Maybe it's personal development or self-development. If you're Nicole in the Think Media community, it could be around parent coaching, how to raise parents, how to be a parent, how to keep your sanity as a mom. It could be around relationships, money, motivation, memoir, fiction, whatever. Maybe not every YouTube channel, but a majority of YouTube channels. Maybe not every business owner, but pretty much every business owner, every entrepreneur should really consider how writing a book will boost your personal brand, not only on the training with Chandler, not only in this episode, and you learned a lot, but I'm just excited to kind of go deep and tell the story of the lessons I learned next week. So stick around. Make sure you're subscribed, whether you consume the Think Marketing podcast on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. If you are on Apple Podcasts, make sure you get subscribed, or any of the audio platforms, because we will be back every single Tuesday with a brand new episode to help you reach your goals with YouTube and building a business around your YouTube channel with the Think Marketing Podcast. I appreciate you. Grateful for you. It's time to take action. Hashtag action takers. Let's get to work and make our next best video. Post those videos, punch fear in the face, punch perfectionism in the face, and just press record, and we will talk soon.
Lean cuisine, you could lose up to 18 pounds in 12 weeks. Flavorful, not calorie-full.
Where regular brushes miss, Oral-B Electric pays for 100% cleaner teeth.
You know, a brand is what people think about when they think about you. A brand is how people feel. Branding is an experience. And so one of the things that I think the powerful things about a book is people seeing YouTube Secrets, seeing the red cover, seeing the whole brand lift it's kind of like number one, like your authority, but like the overall brand, it's lifted the perception of video influencers, my channel with Benji. It's lifted the perception of Think Media. It's lifted the perception of Sean Cannell. The brand has been strengthened of Sean Cannell. And this is sometimes less trackable, but it's more important for longevity.
If you want to impact people, increase sales, get featured in media, and invited on podcasts and stages, well, then you, my friend, should consider writing a book. In today's episode, Sean breaks down 10 lessons that he learned from writing the book YouTube Secrets. He's pulling back the curtain and sharing some little-known secrets that he learned, as well as sharing all of the details about how much he made and how this book has helped grow his influence. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the Think Marketing Podcast, the #1 podcast that helps you grow your influence online and then turn that influence into a high profit and high impact YouTube online business. Well, in this episode, Sean is going to be diving into what he's learned from YouTube Secrets. And this episode is brought to you by StartYourBook.live, the free workshop that helps you go from blank page to published author in 90 days with Chandler Bolt from Self Publishing School. I'll tell you more about that at the end of today's episode, but let's jump into today's featured content.
So I'm so excited to dive into the untold story of writing the book YouTube Secrets and share 10 reasons why I think you should consider writing a book and lessons I've learned from writing a best-selling book. It's been quite a journey. And you know, it all started really back in 2015 when I was on a plane ride from Las Vegas to Seattle to meet up with my friend Benji. We both had a background in YouTube. He had done channels related to real estate. Him and his wife had a vlog channel. He had a cooking channel. I'd been helping people build their YouTube channels. I was kind of behind the scenes doing video SEO, and I'd been experimenting on all kinds of different videos. I already started earning money with affiliate marketing and different income streams, just kind of dabbling, but like had those income flows. So saw all the opportunity that was happening on YouTube. And we had this idea that we would just kind of co-write a book and share a message with the world. Little did we know that it was going to take multiple years, that we'd end up interviewing around 100 people whose stories and information went into the book, and that the book would become the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book in the world. It was just crazy, and I learned a ton of lessons, but it actually all started with making a decision to write the book. I mean, we really didn't really know that there was going to be challenges ahead. Of course, it's going to be challenging. We didn't really necessarily know everything that would go into it or some of the delays or challenges or obstacles around the way, but we did plant our flag and make a decision to write a book. And the reason I did that kind of initially was just because I had mentors and people around me telling me the power of writing a book, how it'll boost your authority, how it'll position you. And so I made a decision, and that's kind of what it starts with. I'm going to give you some reasons and some lessons that I've learned, but I just kind of made a decision, not really knowing every detail that was going to come in the future, but we went all in, and now the results have been absolutely remarkable. And so here are just kind of 10 lessons, and I'll tell a few more details of the story as we go. But this is kind of why I wanted to write a book and lessons that we learned. The first one is authority. You know, being a published author elevates your positioning in the market. And what was interesting was even in 2015, 2016, when we just had YouTube Secrets as an idea, YouTube was already 11 years old, and yet there was actually no books on YouTube. Now, to be clear, there was probably 50 ebooks, maybe 100 ebooks. Like if you go to Amazon, there's always going to be like a whole bunch of ebooks on whatever topic, but you can kind of tell that they're sort of sketchy. You know, they're 33 pages long. There's like 1.5 stars. Someone's like, this was full of misspellings and didn't make sense. And so when I say there was no books out, there was really like no quality books on the market yet. A few have come out since then, but the authority, and maybe in your niche, you know, you think, well, there's a ton of books on my subject, and I think that's okay. But nevertheless, by writing a book on YouTube, knowing that I wanted to help people with YouTube, that I'd already been teaching video and help people with cameras and learning how to do video ranking and affiliate marketing, I just realized that being a published author elevates your authority and positions you in the market. Going into it, I actually knew that was the case, but I had no idea how true that would be. It's been amazing to experience the elevation of my personal authority and my brand. I think another thing is credibility. It sets you apart in your field as a leader and an expert. You know, it's not easy to write a book. It's worth it, but it's not easy. So when you do, you join the ranks of those who have overcome the obstacles with discipline and perseverance. I'm sure a lot of books have been started. They've never been finished. Once you get your book out there, once you actually hold it in your hands, you've got that credibility. And then one of my favorites is it really gives you a powerful hook in your introduction. Like if you're introducing yourself at a networking event in person, you could say, you know, hey, what is it you do? You go, well, you know, I help people with YouTube. I'm the author of, you know, the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book in the world, YouTube Secrets. I mean, you may kind of like try to play it, but you're just like, yeah, you know, I wrote a book. And by summing up, I wrote a book called YouTube Secrets. Like that alone sort of is self-explanatory of your authority, of your positioning. And then in the beginning of videos, a lot of times I'll open up videos and say, hey, Sean here, best-selling author of YouTube Secrets and founder of Think Media. And so authority, you know, the book has become a #1 best-selling Amazon seller. And in full transparency, we hit #1 in some pretty big categories. And I believe we cracked the top 100 when we launched the book. But you can become a #1 best-selling Amazon seller really easy. Like, you just categorize your book in like marketing, web development, Microsoft Word tools, and next thing you know, you put your book out, sell like 10 copies, and you'll be number one in that category, at least for 5 minutes. And I'm kind of joking, but to become a number one Amazon seller is actually within reach of a lot of people. And again, that becomes an authority piece. And so that is one reason to consider writing a book. Number two, mastery of my topic.
Hershey's milk chocolate with whole almonds makes for a wholly amazing, wholly delicious experience that's, well, wholly Hershey's.
Save your groceries for the love of food. Ziploc.
March 20.
Stop advertising your servers to archaeologists on site surveys. Start marketing to the right people by targeting industries and functions on LinkedIn ads.
My topic. Committing to the uphill climb of writing a book forced me to level up, and it has improved my content, and my videos have improved. See, when you commit to writing a book, you go, there's a lot of ideas going on in my head, but as soon as you sit down, you go, okay, wait a minute, like, I'm not sure how clear my thoughts really were. If you think about, I really need to teach this now step by step, or break this down step by step, you go, oh, there's a few gaps here. So writing a book, it requires research. It requires you to refine your ideas. And actually in the process, see, once we committed, we realized this would be stronger by starting an interview show. And at the time, Benji and I started a show called Video Influencers. And every week we would release an interview with an expert. But here's what happened. We learned so much from interviewing 100 experts that were like entrepreneurs doing YouTube or creators doing YouTube, and all of that went into the book. As a side benefit, by the way, we built our network and all these relationships with those people as well, all those connections, and it blew up our network. So even just that was really powerful, but mastery of my topic. Once I committed to helping people build their influence with YouTube, I wanted to learn as much as I could about the topic. So the process of committing to write a book, and this is why I want to encourage you to really consider writing one, is it's going to make you stronger. It's going to force you to level up. It's going to force you to understand your topic better. It's going to help you be a better coach, educator, encourager. It's going to give you more mastery of your topic. In our Inner Circle program, we have 10 steps for building a 6 to 7 figure media empire. And step number 1 is claim and master your topic. You can start a YouTube channel around your topic. That's good. You post 10 videos there, a little more authority. 100 videos there, more authority. You write a book and you get that book distributed well, meaning on Amazon, audiobook, ebook, and it's really, professional, and you put it out there. You've really claimed and mastered your topic at a whole nother level. And the other thing is it boosts your confidence. I mean, when you've written a book, like a real book, right? You're legit, like you're a bona fide author. You're like, man, I got a book. Like, I'm a published author. And that positions you and helps you master your topic at a whole nother level. Number 3 is you really get to impact people in a deeper way. I love this because, of course, people are going to buy your book. They might just leave it on the nightstand. They might read a quarter of it, which is significant. Even that is good impact. But a lot of people are going to read your entire book. And in a world where we are reading headlines, reading tweets, watching 15-second TikToks and Instagram reels, in a world where we're switching from show to show and video to video, and our attention spans are shortening, the thing I love about books is depth. You get to unpack a topic. You get to have deeper impact by really massaging subject matter in such a way that it can be more transformational than just short form social media. And I really believe that writing a book is service. Like, you, listening to this right now have knowledge and experience that can help others. So I believe you have a moral obligation to share it. And writing a book is a great way to get it out there and to reach people. And what's also been amazing is because we put our book out on physical book and ebook, the ebook is very easy to distribute around the world via Amazon through all kinds of different countries. So we've collected money from not just the US, but also the British pound, European countries, Japan, India, Canada, Brazil, Mexico, Australia. We've sold ebooks in all of those places. And I want to encourage you, and I'll share some resources, or you can always check out the training we're doing with my friend Chandler, at startyourbook.live. But this is so powerful because this isn't super hard to do, especially when you have someone just walking you through the steps, and you'll learn that on that training. It's not super hard to do, but Amazon gives us the distribution to get your life-changing message, your knowledge and experience in people's hands or on their iPads or their Kindle readers or their phones around the world, making a deeper impact. And what's also been crazy, and this is just some of the results and some of the story, a lot of people don't know that YouTube Secrets has now been translated into Vietnamese, Chinese, South Korean, Russian, Portuguese, and also into the Ukraine. And what's crazy about that is that each of those deals are additional deals where we've earned more money, where we actually get an advance, and then we get a portion of those sales once that advance has been met in sales in those local countries. So we didn't really know that YouTube Secrets was going to blow up. We wanted it to be as big as possible. We did a lot of marketing strategies, which is a topic for another day. But we definitely have now seen that when you put your heart into it, you put your work into it, you work with smart people, you put out a great book, that actually it has the chance, number 3, to impact people in a deeper way. And now it's impacting people in other languages. People that I wouldn't maybe be able to communicate with in the language I speak, English, are being transformed because I made the courageous decision to commit to writing a book. Number 4, revenue. Now, here's the principle you need to know if you haven't ever looked into writing a book before, or a business book, or a book as an entrepreneur. You usually never write a book to generate revenue. The mission of a book is exposure, awareness. You might break even, you might go negative, because it can lead to other business opportunities or other positioning, and that's what most people would say. Especially, too, if you try to get traditionally published up front, you probably won't make much money. What you'll get is the prestige. You'll get the distribution, the publisher,